Smith.
Here.
Hannah Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashakun. Nikosi Nelson.
Here.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gautier.
I am here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Laquia.
Here.
Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:17 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to welcome Emma Williams from 4 Points Middle School to lead us in the pledges tonight.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And now for a moment of silence. Thank you. Up next, we're excited to shine a spotlight on learning with 4 Points Middle School. Come on up. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, thank you very much. Our purpose today is to share a little bit surrounding impactful community engagement and some of the things that we do as a middle school to engage our families. So if we can start with our slides. First, I want to introduce outstanding community members. All of them are outstanding. I can only bring 4 today. So I have Ted Williams, Julia Dubinsky. It's got a Z in there. She was helping me with that. Then I have her son Eli and Emma. So they're going to help us out today. So one thing that I feel strongly about is schools should function as an extension of the community they serve, period. That is our role. We work for the community, and it is very important to me at 4 Points, and I think in public education in general, that we bring community in and we're as transparent and bring them in as close as possible so they can see the daily things that go on every day. And so that's very important to me, and it's important to my community, and they deserve that, and they should demand that from their schools. And so that's a big part of what we're going to talk about today. So some of the things that we do at 4 Points, we have a lot of engagement opportunities, from a party to begin the year so that we can get to know each other. We train parents about the transition of, like, what is middle school? Because you leave elementary and you're in this new environment. And then there's a host of things that we do. One thing that I think we can do better, and that I feel strongly about, is how do we engage parents and get them into the schools, especially when you're talking about entering the secondary landscape. So some of the things that we want to talk about tonight is 2 specific events that we do called All Pro Moms and All Pro Dads, and then also community walks, where I invite the community to come in and walk the school with me, because I want my community to see what happens every day. I want them to see the school functioning when kids are there, when the things are happening, when the game is being played. Not only that, but I want to spend time with them. I want to get to know them. I want to hear from them. And I want them also to have a special experience with their children. And so that's a little bit of what we're going to talk about tonight. So I want to start off with All Pro Dads. All Pro Dads is an opportunity where once a month we bring in dads and their children in the community to have an opportunity for an hour in the morning to spend time, fellowship, and talk about character traits and things and how they apply to the middle school, and get an opportunity to engage with me, with their children, and talk about things that matter and how they apply to the middle school landscape. In addition to that, what I'll give the dads the opportunity, and the moms, in an all-pro mom format, which we'll mention in a moment, is an opportunity to sign up for an hour walk with the principal to go around the school when it's happening. I want them to see a passing period. I want them to see what the kids are doing, what the teachers are doing, and we tailor it to whatever they would like to do and what they would like to see. I want them to see the school functioning when it's going on. We've got to have our schools that are open and they can see what's going on, and I want them to do it. And sometimes there's, in middle school and any school, there's the good, the bad, and sometimes the ugly. And that's okay. We want them to be there. We want them to see it. So with that being said, I have a few questions. I'll start with Ted, and specifically on All Pro Dads. You've got the green button there. So Ted, tell me about how your experience with All Pro Dads and your son has connected you to 4 Points.
Okay. When I first saw All Pro Dads and you launched All Pro Dads, for me that was a kind of an epiphany moment for the public school system. Look, I'll tell you as a father, I consider the public school system to be relatively unapproachable, kind of cold, kind of sterile, kind of institutionalized. And I'm just being candid because this thing is so good. And it really broke down that barrier. And, we kind of had some confidence issues. We kind of had some trust issues. This All Pro Dads thing and then the walks brought that back. We felt involved. We felt invited. We felt that, man, LISD is getting it. And, 4 Points is getting it. The path that our kids are on from River Place to 4 Points to Vandy, like they're getting it. And it just gave us a level of confidence and trust that we had been lacking for a long time. And that was, this was really the catalyst to that, first step to that. And then just being able to engage, my children. I've got a 15-year-old now at Vandy, but when I first started doing All Pro Dads, she was at 4 Points. And then my daughter Emma here is a 7th grader at 4 Points. And so to be able to do that in the mornings with her, do a little dad and donuts, and then, get some good lessons and engagement with other fathers and other kids in that environment really does feel like, wow, this place is approachable, it's likable, it's engaging, it's fun, and it makes the school feel like it is genuinely part of the community.
Thank you. Eli, a question for you is, at the event, what does that time mean to you, and how does it connect you to your dad and to the school? Like, what was it like, and maybe what's something you remembered about it?
Hi, my name is Eli, and I am in 6th grade and go to school at 4 Points Middle School. Some things I like about 4 Points are that the teachers are very nice, and that there are many electives to choose from, and that I get to spend time with my friends outside at lunch. When I see parents at campus, it makes me feel comfortable because in elementary school, we would see parents at school a lot. I like that Mr. Crawford makes our school a fun place and a place that is open to everyone's family.
Thank you, Eli. One of the, before I turn to moms, one of the things that in this program that it does is it says, okay, well, let's take a moment. We've talked about these character traits. We've talked how they applied. We talked to other dads, talked to other kids. Now we talk about a pride moment. What are we proud of our son or daughters, and what are they proud of their dad? So it opens up a dialogue and makes it okay to talk about it, because often kids come home, hey, how was school like? It was okay. So this format allows them to share a little bit more deeply about their experience. So I did the all-pro dad thing, and I was like, well, we have PTA, we see a lot of moms, but are we engaging parents in things like what school is like, instruction, what really happens? Where's the mom's version? Well, it didn't exist. So I decided I would make it exist. So I called All Pro Dads and I said, I want to try a mom version. So I did this. I was like, well, we'll figure out a way to engage moms in a meaningful way in school. So that's what we did. I just said, okay, we're going to do this with moms. I had no idea this is the first year's launch. I just like, let's do it because we need to engage our communities in our schools. So I will turn and ask the same question to you, Julia. How has All Pro Moms connected you to 4 Points? And tell me about that experience.
So I'm on the PTA board, so when Mr. Crawford, and my son's a 6th grader, said, hey guys, I'm gonna start All Pro Moms, I was like, what is this? What are we doing here? You know, I didn't even know about the dad's version, so he gave us a good rundown, and I was kind of shocked, just because I have an older daughter, and you know, I just know that there's this cut from elementary to secondary. You just kind of feel like I've thrown my child into it, and so as a PTA, we were super supportive. We loved this, shared it with all my friends, and I think, you know, a little bit what Ted was saying, it's like being so transparent and letting families come in makes our community feel really trustworthy with our leadership, and we feel really connected and safe and comfortable. Like, you know, my son said, when I said, how do you feel when you see parents at school? He's like, I feel like it's normal and I feel like it's comfortable because that's what I've known from when we were in elementary. So to have that continue is so awesome. And I also just, you know, one of the things that Mr. Crawford does is he does like our 5th grade parent night, where when you're in 5th grade and you're, you know, nervous about middle school, and he brings the families in and we go in there and he does this whole speech and you're there with your kid, and he said to us, kids, listen to me right now. The most important thing in middle school, the very most important thing to you in middle school is your family. And that is so how he runs that school, you know? So I think these programs are amazing. I'm excited to continue to grow them and get the word out to our community, because I know we can get more families there. And yeah, it's just been such an awesome experience.
Okay, Emma, I kind of jumped and talked to Eli and messed the order up, but my bad, because I'm a little nervous too, believe it or not. Yeah, so that was a mistake on my part. But listen, we're going to do it. Emma, tell me a little bit about your experience with your dad, with All Pro Dads, when you were part of that experience. Tell us a little bit about that.
When my dad first told me about All Pro Dads, he said, we're going to wake up a little early in the morning, and then we're going to go to school, and we're going to get donuts. And then we're going to get to hang out and know each other more. And I think that was pretty cool. During All Pro Dads, you get to hear things about your own dad that, like, you've never known before, and you've known him, of course, your entire life. But you get to learn more about them than you would get to, and they get to learn more about you. I feel like when you see dads and moms walking around the school, then it's kind of, it gives you a realization that, like, they know what's going on and that it's safe there. And like Eli said, it's like elementary. Parents are always there, and you kind of see them walking around the school, and it gives a safer feeling. But I love All Pro Dads because you get to just hang out with your dad, and it's a fun time that you don't get to have a lot.
Thank you. And I know it's a spotlight, but I want to also take the opportunity to, you know, as the landscape for public ed changes, we have to change with it. And we should always be bringing our families. We work for them. It's their school. And so it's important to me to engage our communities. And I think we should be doing that all along, but it's even more important now than ever so that they can see and feel comfortable sending their most important thing to you. We have to remember that. And so that's what this is about. And I'm so excited that you all joined me today. And, you know, if you're in the North Austin area and you're looking for a great school, 4 Points Middle School, we'll take you, North Austin. We'll take you. Come on. Open enrollment. Never miss a moment, because I'm proud of our school, and I'll put us up toe-to-toe to any charter or private in the area. So come on, we'll take you. But, well, I am serious about that, but also in all serious, because you'll be seeing me a lot. Come on, call me. I'll tour you around. You just call me, and, well, let's do it. But in any event, I do think it's very important to engage our families, and I wanted to thank the board for the spotlight and the opportunity, and thank the families for your support, because it's a two-way street here, and I appreciate that. And let's get our families in, let's show them we love them, and let's not run it like an institution, let's run it like a family.
Thank you so, so much. If y'all can just stand up, we'd like to get a picture with y'all. Thank you so much, 4 Points. We appreciate you. Next is the citizen comments portion of our agenda. The board appreciates the community's engagement in tonight's meeting and the valuable input provided through citizens' comments. In accordance with Leander ISD Board Policy BED Local, the presiding officer may make adjustments to the public comment procedures in order to accommodate large number of individuals wishing to address the board. This evening, we have 34 individuals signed up to speak, in addition to a lengthy list of topics for the board to consider. Normally, the board allows each speaker in public comment up to 90 seconds for his or her presentation. Due to the high number of individuals will be speaking this evening, I'm adjusting that time to 60 seconds per speaker, so that way we may hear from everyone and have time remaining to conduct the business of the board. Before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we'll watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Alexis Anderson. I'm a junior at Bistridge High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you've read the guidelines specified in the board operating procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of this in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat later. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus on your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please, conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, if I could have speakers 1 through 10 to please line up here, so that way when we call your number, you're ready to go, and it looks like you did that. Great job, Miss Meeks. All right, speaker number 1, let's go.
My name, bleh. My name is Quinn Fulmer. I'm a third grader at Cypress Elementary. Thank you for not closing our school next year. I am here to ask you to please let our specialist teachers stay. Have you ever played the game called Would You Rather? It's a fun game we sometimes play in PE. I would like to play it with you today. Would you rather learn how to draw or learn how to sing? Would you rather learn how to shade or learn how to do the 4 singing voices? Would you rather learn about Frida Kahlo or learn about Beethoven? I would rather do both, and I think all kids would agree. Without Miss Butler, we won't have any school plays, or without Mr. Clark, we won't have any art shows. Please find a different way to fix the problem so we can keep learning about art and music. Thank you for your time.
Speaker number 2. Speaker number, okay, here she goes, sorry.
My name is Greta Beard, and I'm in 4th grade, and I go to Cypress. I want to tell you about what I've learned from my specials teachers. Miss Miller teaches us all about books and to love reading. Miss Butler teaches us how to be ourselves and be confident. Mr. Clark teaches us how to be creative and turn mistakes into happy accidents. Coach Dash and Coach Twombly gives us information on sports and how to be healthy. Finally, I go to Quest, and I think Mr. Kane teaches us how to interact with people and share ideas. This is why I think we need to keep all specials teachers. Please find a way to keep our specials teachers in our schools, and they make schools a very fun place to be.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3 did not check in. Speaker number 4, just want to make sure I don't see them checked in. It was a student, okay. Speaker number 5.
Good evening again. I want to highlight concerns about the enrollment data that was recently presented. For example, Cypress was listed as having 435 zone students, with all 435 attending. I can identify several families in my neighborhood alone who have chosen other schooling options. I share this not to criticize the effort behind the data, but to point out that it doesn't fully reflect our reality. There's a real opportunity for the district to recapture families who have left, but that becomes much harder when essential staff and programs are reduced. A family touring a school won't feel welcomed if the receptionist, the first friendly face, and an important part of campus safety is only available part-time. They won't see a functioning library if the librarian is half-time. They won't see art on the walls if we're down to choosing between an art or music teacher. And it's not just families who have already left. We could also lose current LISD families to charter or private schools that do offer those programs. If the goal is to increase enrollment, cutting the very programs that attract families won't get us there. I understand the need to be financially responsible, but there are smarter, more efficient ways to adjust staffing. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 5. Speaker number 6. Speaker number 6, and before you begin, Speaker 6, can I go ahead and get speakers 11 through 16 to please line up? Whenever you're ready, Speaker number 6.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Seth Hillsberg, and I have been the counselor at Cypress Elementary for 7 years. This is my 36th year in education and my 18th year with Leander ISD. My first 13 years were spent at Grandview Hills and Camacho Elementary. I moved to Cypress Elementary in 2019. Although Cypress is not the grand old lady she used to be, I would not trade the musky smell, rose and maroon tile, and squeaky mini blinds in my office. The atmosphere this year has been different because of the rumors circulating about closure. Even so, we have not skipped a beat serving our cheetahs and our families. We are blessed beyond measure to have our administrators, Justin, Terry, and David, lead us well. When friends ask about retiring, I always think, why? Bertha, one of our former custodians, always responded, presentes, gracias a Dios, when I would ask how she was doing. I too will continue to be present and thank God for allowing me to be at Cypress.
Thank you, Speaker 6. Speaker number 7 didn't check in, so we're going to go with Speaker number 8.
Good evening. I'm a Blockhouse parent, and I was going to tell Dr. Gearing if he was here that he's an incredible leader and he'll be sincerely missed, so I hope he hears that. Second, I want to ask for two things. The first is that you look at capacity data to strategically rezone before you reduce staff to see if you can level things out. Blockhouse is doing an amazing job. We love our staff, and very few families are choosing other options, but I think reduced special staff will look like reduced quality, and I'd hate for us to give parents a reason to leave at a time when the state is giving them money to leave. I think you'll create an enrollment problem where there isn't one, and that could cause a snowball effect long term. The second thing I want to ask is that you start the mitigation strategies with parents on low enrollment campuses like Blockhouse right now so that we have the chance to fight for our schools before it's too late, and I sent some ideas in my written comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 8. Speaker number 9.
It is irresponsible to close a school without comparing closure options. A permanent decision demands an objective analysis focused on what's best for students, the community, and the district. We should evaluate every school closure option using 5 clear criteria. Safety. Choosing an option that makes students less safe is negligence when safer alternatives exist that accomplish the same result. Population projections. SRE has a stable population and a real potential to grow through open enrollment, but continued discussion of closing it undermines that strategy. You also need to consider financial impact, the least impact to students and the community, as well as school ratings. We've never seen such a matrix presented, showing how the district identified SRE as an option for closure. On the night of resolution, administration was ready to recommend not closing SRE. The board and community deserve transparency on how any school would be chosen.
Thank you, Speaker number 9. Speaker number 10 did not check in, so we're going to go with Speaker number 11.
There are too many questions outstanding to make a decision today to 1, close a campus, or 2, cut staffing. Your threat to close Cypress is the likely reason that our enrollment decreased from above 500 in July to below 500 today. Therefore, you, the Leander ISD staff and board, are directly responsible for that decrease below 500. It seems absurd to punish the students, staff, and parents for a problem that you literally created this past summer. I drove down to Steiner Ranch Elementary for a meeting there, and it's a lovely school. I think all the parents lost trust in your paradigms for enrollment this year, so now is a bad time for any decision. I am concerned that closing Fabian as well would overcrowd West Side. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 11. Speaker number 12.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Lavelle, and I'm the mother of a first grader at Cypress. We stand with Fabian and Steiner Elementaries. Thank you for taking this time to listen and consider the feedback and concerns shared by parents and community members. Our exhausted but eager community look forward to continuing transparent conversations with you as we work together to find the best path forward for our students. As you discuss and plan tonight and into the future, you must rely on our campus administrators to guide decisions about possible staffing reductions. They know their schools, the students, the programs, they know everything, and they're the best equipped to determine what changes will do the least harm to our students. At Cypress and across many of our schools, we cherish programs like book club, Cheetah News, and theater. These aren't just extras, they are the heart of what makes our school feel alive. Our librarians and administrative staff are some of the lowest paid members of our school. Cutting these positions will not make a meaningful financial impact, but it will absolutely have a meaningful negative impact on our kids. We're begging you to prioritize these curricula and do everything possible to keep them. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 12. Speaker number 13. And can I please get speakers 17 through 22 to please line up? Whenever you're ready, go ahead, 13.
Thank you. I'm a proud Steiner Ranch Elementary School parent. First, I want to thank you as a board for stepping up and taking ownership of this process. You've been asking the hard questions the community expects, and we greatly appreciate that. However, the administration is essentially giving us the same presentation we've seen since May. New labels, but the same unanswered questions about facilities, traffic, safety, student experience, and zoning. Last meeting, we were told there isn't really a model for keeping schools staffed for under 400 students. That simply is not true. Across Texas, over 1,400 elementary schools operate under 400, and 4 of those are over in Pflugerville. and 230 of those schools are A-rated, including SRE. We're not making an emotional plea, we're making a practical, logistical, and a financial one. There are proven ways to staff and sustain a small, high-performing neighborhood school, and SRE is uniquely positioned to attract new students through open enrollment. We do not have to rush this decision. Let's come together as a community, board, and district, and keep SRE open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker 13. Speaker number 14.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the board members who attended our multicultural night last night. It was wonderful seeing them engaged with the students and our cultures that surround our community and our school. My main messages I want to share tonight is simple. We need to slow down, and we need to make sure we have a clear, decisive plan before making any decisions for our district. Our community cares deeply about our schools, and that gives us a real opportunity to work together on solutions that strengthen our programs and improve our open enrollment marketing. We also acknowledge the concerns raised during the December 4th board meeting or discussions, questions about sustainability, financial impact, enrollment projections. These are all valid points, and careful planning can address each of them. If we pause, gather more data, and build a unified plan, let's work together and make it all happen and keep our schools opened. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 14. Speaker number 15.
I trust that this will be the last time I feel compelled to speak to proposals to diminish or consolidate Cypress or other thriving neighborhood schools. In the same vein, allow me to be trusting and optimistic in my remarks today. I trust that you are still focused on doing the right thing for our kiddos and for the long-term strength and morale of the LISD family. I trust that you see the validity of the argument that stunting the growth of the schools that we have made so many excellent cases to save is a worthless endeavor, and one that will gain you only ill will and lower district-wide enrollment. I trust that you are brave enough to look beyond, at least exclusively, the short-term financial needs of the district. We need and deserve visionary leadership and innovative and creative solutions to problems that are not going away and can't be solved with a single sweeping action, especially of questionable dollar savings and data that is, as the kids would say, totally sus. Please don't make me give up the optimism verging on naivety that has served me well for over 40 years. Cypress and schools
Thank you,
must
Speaker
stay
number
operational
15.
in their full glory.
Speaker number 16.
Good evening. I'm a Steiner Ranch parent here to speak in the opposition of closing Steiner Ranch Elementary. I believe the board has rightly begun to re-examine the original closure proposal and recognize that the facts on the grounds have changed. The rationale that once may have existed no longer applies. First, I mentioned in prior speeches, you need to consider the 3,500 elementary school students with IEPs and the monumental task of moving these amongst various campuses. Not only will the district be exposed to legal costs, but the students will suffer. Second, even more importantly, SRE is uniquely positioned to help the district achieve one of its highest stated priorities, growing open enrollment and bringing new students into Leander ISD. Our campus sits less than a mile away from Highway 620, the major corridor connecting Cedar Park, Northwest Austin, Lake Travis, and beyond. Closing SRE doesn't support open enrollment growth. It actively undermines it by removing the most accessible and attractive option for families along that corridor. Keeping Steiner Ranch Elementary open isn't just about our neighborhood, it's about giving.
Thank you, Speaker
Thank you.
16. Speaker number 17.
Closing Steiner Ranch Elementary may seem like a response to low enrollment, but it does not solve the district's long-term financial challenges. In fact, SRE gives a unique opportunity right now to test the very mitigation strategies the district has proposed and to learn how to operate a school in a stabilized community, something that many of our campuses will need in the coming years. SRE is not a struggling school. It consistently scores well on assessments, has deeply supportive community, and a very strong staff and administration. It makes full use of our newly renovated campus and the investment that the district has already made and should continue to benefit from. And yet, there's no clear plan what would happen to this building if it's closed. With an oncoming new superintendent who may have fresh eyes and offer creative solutions, it doesn't seem as though closing a school is the correct solution. It's permanent, and it would be hard to undo and change course. Giving SRE one more year could give us a solution that would be far better and help us reach a sustainable long-term approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 17. Speaker number 18.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, I'd ask you to slow down and resist making a decision to close any school until you have all the data you repeatedly said you needed. For months, several of you have openly shared that you do not feel fully prepared, that the information you requested still hasn't been delivered, and that the key data points continue to be missing. And as parents, we also feel the exact same way. We all want long-term stability and to be financially responsible. But you can't make the right decision without the right information. A decision of this magnitude deserves transparency, accurate projection, and thought-out data because it affects children, families, property values, and staffing. Please don't vote until you are confident, truly confident, that you have every fact, every number, every impact fully understood. Our community deserves a thoughtful decision, not an urgent one. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker 18. Speaker number 19 did not check in, so we're going to go with Speaker number 20. And Speaker 20, before you get started, can I also get Speakers 23 to 28 to please line up? Whenever you're ready, Speaker 20.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for giving us your time tonight. I'm a teacher at Cypress and a parent of 4 kids at Leander ISD, 2 are at Cypress. As you navigate this budget crisis, there are hard decisions that must be made, and we all know that. I'm speaking tonight about how staffing cuts being presented will have the opposite desired effect with real and lasting consequences. I'm especially concerned about the potential loss of specials programs across the district. When families have enrollment options and academics are strong, specials programs are the deciding factor. They were for me when I was moving here from California. If low enrollment school loses staff and programs, families just won't choose it, and it makes the enrollment problem even worse. The best way to strengthen small campuses is to keep their programs robust so they can attract new students rather than fall further behind. Cypress has incredible specials teachers who create above and beyond experiences for our students, and losing them would hurt our students in all ways.
Thank you, Speaker 20. Speaker number 21.
Hi. We ask that you delay closures in Steiner Ranch Elementary for the next year. In that year, we would love to partner with the district to pilot innovative programs and test marketing for open enrollment. Sadly, this low enrollment problem is not limited to the South and has already begun to show with the number of campuses that are below the proposed threshold 1. Why not be prepared for the future district-wide by testing mitigation strategies before it's too late? You have an involved and engaged community willing to put in the work, which has been proven through our 3 years of dedicated volunteering willing to partner with you. This is a permanent decision that you must be fully confident in. Doubt was expressed by the board during the December 4th meeting about the lack of detailed data that remaining questions felt unanswered. I hope that you press for all the answers you need before making a huge decision. Please also research Capel ISD, who has recently decided to delay closures and investigate possible innovative solutions for the next year.
Thank you, Speaker number 21. Speaker number 22.
Good evening. Closing a school is a massive decision and it affects every life connected to it. The current timeline, pushing for a decision before January, feels rushed. Yes, this conversation has been going on for a long time, but there are still so many unknowns. What exactly are the plans moving forward? Will the projected cost savings truly make a meaningful difference, or are we simply racing the January deadline? This uncertainty creates doubt across the board, across the district, and especially in our neighborhood. All avenues should be explored so that we can say honestly that we worked together and did everything possible before closing the doors of a thriving, magical school, a place that is not just a school, but a home. These outcomes are permanent, they are lasting, and they are preventable. Steiner Ranch Elementary is ready to be a part of the solution. We want to pilot for open enrollment, and we are excited at the thought of welcoming new families so they can experience what our children are fortunate to experience every single day.
Thank you, Speaker 22. Speaker number 23.
Hello again. The difficult decisions are still here, but after listening to last week's meeting, one thing is clear. The original reasons for choosing Steiner Ranch Elementary to close no longer apply. A South Pre-K hub is not needed, tuition-based is not allowed, and there is no interested tenant. Simply put, the initial compelling financial plan for SRE's closure no longer exists. While consolidation in the South still may be needed, pushing through with SRE now feels premature and driven by process instead of what's best for students. Our building is newly renovated and the first school people encounter when entering the neighborhood, making us the most appealing choice for maximizing open enrollment. We are already planning outreach, including marketing to our Lake Travis ISD neighbors, and we have always asked for a plan that is logical. The current path is not. The minimal consolidation savings simply do not justify the severe damage to our student experience, community, and trust. Let's work together to find a solution that truly serves the district's long-term health.
Thank you, Speaker number 23. Speaker number 24 did not check in, so we're going to go with Speaker number 25. And before you begin, 25, can I please get speakers 29 through 32 to please line up? Whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Lauren Harrison. I'm a Cypress parent as well. Love having to speed read the presentation because he posts it super last minute. That's awesome. My thing is that we had a presentation from PASA talking about how we thought stability was happening at around 500 per school. So it seems like the thresholds are way too high to where it's going to make it so every school eventually is going to not know each year whether or not they have the right amount of staff. So it seems like it would make way more sense to have those thresholds to be significantly lower. I've yet to see anybody talk about why 400 and 500 were chosen, or anybody ask why 400 and 500 were chosen. 500, if we were claiming that every school was around 800 capacity, is above 60% capacity as well. Just something to think about. And one more thing.
Quest is the best.
Thank you, 25. Speakers number 26 and 27 did not check in, so we're going to go with speaker number 28.
Hi, good evening, board members. I am a proud Steiner teacher. This is my 6th year to teach at Steiner Ranch Elementary. I appreciate very much that some of you came to our multicultural night last night to see the amazing community that feeds into our school and to understand why they are so special to us. My wish for you is that you can see why we are so special to them. It's heart-crushing to know as a teacher that you're getting it right. It's heart-crushing to know that you show up to be a part of a community, a part of a family that you love like crazy. I have a boss that I absolutely adore. She has inspired me to be the best teacher that I can be. She inspires me every day. She inspires our staff. I have a team that I can't imagine being without, and one of my team members is new to Leander. If you make these changes, she will be on the bottom of the totem pole for consideration. Please consider that when you think of closures. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 28. Speaker number 29.
Good evening. Thank you for continuing to listen, answer questions, and genuinely consider the feedback shared by parents, staff, campus administrators, and our community. That collaboration is essential as we work to protect our students' educational experience throughout the budget challenges ahead. As you plan tonight and in the coming weeks, we ask that you continue relying on campus leaders to guide staffing decisions. They know their school communities best and can identify changes that will be the least disruptive to students. I also want to acknowledge the recent marketing discussion. While the goal is to boost enrollment district-wide, individual campuses still feel the impact of enrollment drops. That dynamic can unintentionally create competition amongst schools, especially when some are already marketing themselves. It raises equity concerns and leaves campuses like Cypress feeling pressure to promote ourselves without any formal resources. Our community will always advocate for our school, but we want to do so within a system that supports all campuses fairly. At Cypress and across LISD, special programs like Book Club and Cheetah News, performances, they enrich our students' experience, and we hope district decisions allow these opportunities to continue. We know the challenges are real, but together we can navigate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 29. Speaker number 30.
Members of the board, we know you've seen the passion of these communities, and I want to thank you for pushing to get the info that you need to make this decision, sincerely. In that collaborative spirit, with a potential vote scheduled next week, I'd like to remind everyone about several steps outlined in the resolution from September 30th that you all need and deserve before making this decision. What will be the financial impact of open enrollment and any other revenue-generating opportunities? What's the status of land asset reviews? What is the status of the central office staffing study? Just to name a few. Putting this matter to a vote without fulfilling these prerequisites during a critical leadership transition will put a heavy burden on this board and on our new interim superintendent. Trustees, we know you want to make the right decision here. Please follow the steps this board constructed, continue to ask for the data, and let's make an educated decision about our children's educational future. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 30. Speaker number 31.
Good evening. I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about the proposed reductions to special staffing. Specials are not extras. They're essential to a well-rounded education. They're where students discover strengths, build confidence, and stay engaged. These programs are a huge part of what makes our campus special. For example, our librarian, Mrs. Miller, leads programs like Cheetah News and our monthly book club. And every year, Ms. Butler produces an after-school musical that gives students a creative outlet and builds teamwork and joy. These unique offerings are exactly what attract families and support out-of-district transfers. These programs don't just happen. They require time, consistency, and full-time educators who know our students. Reducing these roles would limit opportunities and weaken programs that make our school vibrant and academically strong. I'm also concerned that cuts at lower enrolled schools will make them less attractive to new families and may even encourage zone families to transfer elsewhere, worsening enrollment issues. I urge the board to allow the administration at each campus to weigh in on where reductions can be made.
Thank you, Speaker number 31. Speaker number 32.
Members of the board, thank you for your time. I'm here to emphasize 3 priorities that guide every decision we make: our children, our budget, and preparing students for life. First, our children deserve the environment where they feel safe, supported, and inspired to learn. Every policy should reflect that commitment. Second, our budget is more than numbers. It's a reflection of our values. We must invest wisely in the programs and people that have the greatest impact on student success. Finally, we must ensure that high school students are prepared for life. That means strengthening career paths, expanding college and vocational guidance, and giving students life skills that they can use after graduation. Let's work together and support every student's future. You need me, vote for and choose Rick Kupfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 32. Speaker number 33.
Good evening. It is a ridiculous and ignorant move to close Steiner Ranch Elementary prior to testing out the new out-of-district open enrollment policy. SRE is very uniquely positioned to service those of Lake Travis, Round Rock, and Austin ISD. Austin ISD students live as close as only 6.5 miles away from SRE in Jester Boulevard, Long Canyon at the bottom of the 2222 hill. I know families that have wanted to still be within the school district for Vandergrift but moved out of Steiner and could only go as far as River Place. Round Rock ISD on 620 in the Canyon Creek neighborhood is only 5 miles from Steiner Ranch Elementary. Let those parents have a chance to transfer to our exemplary school that is a reasonable drive away. Come on, Leander, do better. I should know. I'm one that transferred and makes the drive. My ex-husband drives his daughter from Brentwood, Hyde Park neighborhoods to get her to school at Steiner Ranch Elementary because
Thank
it's
you,
worth
Speaker
it.
number 33. And that concludes our citizens' comments for tonight. And now we'll move to the school 5.A School First public hearing. And we have no citizen comments for that. So, Dr. Pape, when you're ready, take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees. Tonight we are here for our School First public hearing. Tonight with me I have Dana Paulson, who is our Executive Director of Accounting and Reporting, and we are here to go through our school first presentation. I will turn the time over to her to kind of go through the process. I'm going to steal her thunder and say we got 98 out of 100, and just let everybody know that up front. But just she'll walk you through the whole process and give you the history, and we'll answer any questions throughout the presentation. But
good evening, trustees and citizens of Leander ISD. As Pete mentioned, tonight is the presentation of the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas report. The 2025 report that we're issuing tonight is based on the financials for the year end June 30, 2024. First has several goals, and basically it's what TEA uses to measure the financial management practices of school districts within the state of Texas. And of course, the main goal is to maximize funding for instructional purposes, and also to create transparency in the decision-making processes that school districts use regarding the financial resources. School First was originally implemented in the 76th legislature, and then in 2013, during the 83rd legislature, there were some changes to the various indicators where they created some solvency type indicators. Part of the requirements for tonight's presentation include a financial management report, and there are several required disclosures, including the superintendent's contract, the reimbursements made to the superintendent and board members, and any gifts or outside compensation that has been received. And all that information is in your packet tonight. We're also required to advertise this meeting, and as we're doing, hold a public hearing. And of course, as Pete mentioned, we did receive a 98 out of 100, and so that is a superior rating. And then this slide is just a quick reference of the different ratings as the tool has transitioned during the years, and we are currently at 21 indicators, and for a superior score, that means receiving points anywhere from 90 to 100. And this is just a quick synopsis of the statewide scores. You can see there were 1,000 districts passing, and then of those, 1,866 received the superior rating. Next, I'm going to walk you through the different indicators. There are 3 different types. There's the critical indicators, there's the solvency indicators, and then the financial competency indicators. The critical indicators here, they are critical because if you miss any of these, it's an automatic F rating. So they're all based on the annual financial report, and as I mentioned, it's for June 30th, 2024. We did submit our report timely. There was an unmodified opinion. We were in compliance with all our payment agreements, including our debt service payments, which happen in August and in February of each year. And then all required payments to the Teachers Retirement System, Texas Workforce Commission, and IRS were all made on a timely basis. Moving next into the solvency indicators, there are 10 of these. And then the first one relates to net position. And of course, with that one, we were at greater than 0, so we received a passing score. For number 6, an assigned fund balance, we did not see a decrease of 25% or more, so we passed that one as well. The others relate to cash on hand. We had 180 days of cash on hand to support the expenditures for the year. And then our current assets and current liabilities, or the quick ratio, we are averaging about $3 of assets for every $1 of liability. And then, of course, general fund revenues exceeded expenditures, so that was about 10 points there. Indicator number 10 was, again, not scored by TEA. This was one of the indicators impacted with COVID, and it was relating to budgeted revenues to actual revenues. So we'll look to see what they end up doing for next year's report. As far as long-term liabilities to total assets, that one was also a perfect score. And then the correlation between future debt requirements and assessed property value. Number 12 should be scored at an 8. There's a typo on there instead of a 10. So it just remained the same as what it was in the prior year. And then the administrative cost ratio, we also received a perfect score on. The threshold that TEA has for a district our size is roughly 8.5%, and the district is coming in at 4.5%. So we are well below the threshold for that ratio. And then the last one, we did not have a decline in students for the fiscal year, so that was a pass. Moving on, the last 7 are our financial competency indicators. And on these, the number 15 was one that was not scored in the previous year. However, TEA decided that they would go ahead and re-implement this one for this year, and it's just related to the biannual pupil projections. As far as other indicators, 16, 17, 18 all again relate to the audited financial report. And the first one talks about PEMS and making sure that the data that we enter into the system and submitted to the statewide, to TEA, is within 3% of what we report in our annual financial report. So they're just looking to compare that there's not any significant variance to what's being fed to the system. And then as far as the audit report, there were no instances of material weakness for internal controls or instances of material noncompliance for any of our grants or contracts. The last, number 19, relates to required financial postings, and we have all those online on our financial transparency page. And the last 2 relate to discussion of impact of state, local, and federal funding being discussed prior to adoption of the budget. And then the district did not receive any type of repayment plan for overpayment of foundation school funds. And so with that, the final score, again, was a 98. If there are any questions.
Board members, do you have any questions? We have no one is signed in, so we're going straight to board questions.
All right, so I have a few questions relating to slides 10 and 11, the solvency indicators. Yes, so I just wanted to know in general, is there a fund balance level that we should be concerned about that puts any of these in jeopardy?
If you look at I have my notes. If you look at question 6, so your question was about fund balance. So just first and foremost, remember this is as of June 2024. This debt is a year and a half old. So all the conversations we've had in the last year have been on current year and in the future year, so it's a little different. But as of that, we did meet. As of June 30th, we did meet on number 6 that we did not have a decrease in assigned or unassigned fund balance over a 3-year period. If we did, it was less than 25%. Or current year assigned and unassigned balance exceeds 75 days of operational expenditures. So in all the information we've had in conversations recently, we've always used 3 months or 25%, which is 90 days. So TEA looks at it as 75 days. So if you remember the graph we had, we showed the 120 million is the point where it goes below. If this were using TAs on this number, that would be 100 million, not 120 for this indicator when they look at this current year, which is 2 years from now. So the intent of this question or on this solvency indicator is to give boards and the public a heads up if their fund balance is starting to decrease more than 25% over a 3-year period. And if it is, 2 things. One, it's an opportunity for the board or to the administration to explain why. Sometimes districts will save up fund balance and they'll build a building or they'll do something with that, a big portion of those funds. Other times, some districts may not even be aware until the audit comes out that their fund balance went down, and that's a situation you never want to find yourself in. And so it's very similar to we have accountability on the academic side of school. This is the finance side, just to give you heads up, warnings, notifications, look for anomalies to where if something looks like it could be going down the chain, you know well in advance, if you will, or it shouldn't come up as a surprise to someone or anyone. So that was what the intent of question 6, and then same thing with 7 with the days of cash on hand. And then number 8, your current assets to current liabilities. So, which we did go up from 8 to 10 points on question 8. So that means that current assets are within a year, and then current liabilities are within a year. So if you look at for that 1 year, current assets divided by our liabilities, we met the requirement to get the full points, which was 2 points more than the year prior. So again, the last question has 60 days. So it's interesting that TA uses 75 days and 60 days, and then the best practice is 25% or 90 days. And that's what we abide by, and that's what that 120 million is on the graphs you've seen earlier.
So the discussion around dropping below the fund balance, this is where one of the ways that this has an impact is it will affect our rating on here if we drop below that fund balance cutoff. So that's what I guess in our discussions, we've set ourselves a slightly different threshold, but this is where it comes from in terms of impact.
Well, yes, and back in the day, TA did use 90 days. They changed it to 75. I want to say right around that 2011, 12, 13 year. Don't quote me exactly when it was, but it was about 8, 9, 10 years ago. But most districts and even the bond rating agencies still maintain that 25%, which is 90 days for us. So we still use the higher, the higher standard, if you will. But if we get below that, then we get to the 75 and 60, then it will start to affect the points that we earned on those indicators.
All right, board members, any other questions?
I have one question. Slide 11. So, question 11. I think if I vaguely remember some years ago, there was a question that came up about this because we didn't have that student, it was around COVID or right after, where the student membership had not grown by 7% in 5 years. And there's that other part of 1,000 or more students. And so I'm just wondering if this is another area where we might be seeing that one might be at risk going forward.
So I think after that year where we did not meet the 7%, I think is where they reevaluated and came up with 1,000. But yes, that is something we need to consider for the 25 report that'll be coming out in 26.
But for 25 is already done, right?
We just finished June 25's audit a couple of meetings ago.
Yeah.
And so we'll be taking that data and dropping it into this template to see kind of how we're going to fall out for next year's report.
Okay. So, but the actions that we take now is what would affect the 2027 report because that's 2026 June is the deadline.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Since we're on the slide, I'll go ahead and ask mine too. On 12 and 14, if we end up consolidating or looking at the campuses, will it change the value of the district's assessed property value? Or is that something that you'll get us updates on as we move forward, just so we can be aware of that?
So I need to hit the button. I don't anticipate that. We've talked to both CADs, Williamson County and Travis County.
Okay.
We asked them about if the district were to close a campus, if the district were to repurpose a campus, what would that have any effect on for taxing purposes from the CAD, the property values. Mm-hmm. Both CADs replied that they did not think so, not in Leander ISD. They did not feel that that is a factor for tax purposes. And I'm not saying that's for realtor purposes, but for tax purposes, that is not anything they take into consideration. They do it as a neighborhood as a whole.
Okay.
So
that'd just
both
be
CADs,
helpful to keep an eye on as we're moving in the conversation. Let us know. And then number 14, did the school district not have a 15% decline in students to staff ratio over 3 years as an enrollment to total staff? Just trying to make sure I keep an understanding of how it might impact this as far as when we're talking about thresholds or enrollment. What exactly does that one mean? Help me kind of think about.
Yes. So behind this question, they used to have like numbers, and so a good number for a district is somewhere between like, used to be like 7.2, 7.3, up to like 8. Number of total staff divided by, students divided by number of staff. And so if you were like above certain numbers, you got certain points. And so now what they're saying is if you see a 15% decline over a 3-year period in that ratio, so if you go like from 8 to 7.8 to 7.6 to 7.4, that means that you are hiring more staff or keeping the same staff, but your enrollment is going down. And so it's supposed to give you a warning or a heads up that says, hey, your staff is flat, or your staff is decreasing, or sorry, your enrollment is decreasing, your enrollment is flat, but you still have the same staff, or in worst case, your staff is going up. You're getting out of balance, so they want, again, it's to give you an indicator that, hey, things are not looking right. You're either losing students, or you're flat, and you're adding staff, or it's just to give you, like I said, just make sure that you're aware that you've added a lot more staff, and you don't have the enrollment to necessarily justify that. And so just to keep it to the district's attention to maybe look at that. And so we're fortunate that we're able to, within the 3-year period, we got the full point. So we have not had a 15% decrease in our total staff to teacher rate, or staff to student ratio.
When I'm thinking about that number, I don't think we're super close to that either. I mean, I think we've got some, again, you do the math on this, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this right. But just, you'll keep us updated as we move along. Okay.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, I look at staff to student ratio, I look at teacher to student ratios. We make sure that in most of our systems are in place, and HR is the main driver of this, but as enrollment goes up, enrollment goes down, we get our numbers based on the campus, and then we hire staff based on those numbers. And when we stay within those ranges, those numbers, we shouldn't have any problem passing indicator 14.
Yeah.
But we do watch it.
It's a good reminder. We got to keep adding to our enrollment. Thank you.
Just to clarify on question 12, the question states, what is the correlation between the future debt requirements and the district's assessed property value? You stated that you spoke to the people that do the assessed property value of the taxes, and they indicated to you that they would stay the same if we closed or consolidated schools, correct?
They stated that they did not really use that in their evaluation of property value, how close it is to a school, whether the school remains open or closed. They said that's not something they use because they do it by the neighborhood, and they do it by means ratios. So they look at the whole neighborhood as a whole. They look at that neighborhood compared to the neighborhood next to it, square footage, things of that nature. Schools is not something that they look at.
Right, so that's the taxes that, regardless of whether the school is closed or not, they would tax you the same, essentially. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the realtor, whether or not you could sell your house, which you kind of alluded to, which is the kind of the point and why this decision is so important. So taxes will stay the same, your property value may change.
May, yeah. And that's why I wanted to make sure that I did mention that a realtor may have a different amount than what the CAD would assess the value at.
But do we pay taxes, property taxes? No, I'm just saying we don't pay property taxes, right?
No.
Yeah, it's just the assessed value.
Yeah, it's just the value of the homes in that neighborhood if a school was closed. Since the school district does not pay taxes because we're exempt organization, a government entity. So like on that, there's no tax coming in from that campus. It's just the taxes of the homes around it. Trustee Gautier was asking, do they expect that if a school were to close, if the homes next to the schools or in that neighborhood, for taxable purpose, if those values would decrease?
Okay.
So that was what we asked the CAD, or CADs.
All right, board members, any other questions? No other questions. All right, thank y'all so much. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you, board.
All right, we are going to change the order of tonight's meeting, and we're going to start with closed session. So it is 6:26 p.m., and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, consideration of voluntary retirement agreement with superintendent and appointment of acting superintendent. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. It is 9:49 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, do you have any motions related to closed session agenda items?
I move that the board approve the voluntary resignation agreement between the district and Superintendent Bruce Gehring as prepared and negotiated by the parties and their respective legal counsel, and authorize the board president to execute the agreement on behalf of the board.
I second.
A motion from Laura, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? No? All in favor? 7 ayes, motion passes.
I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Chris Clark as acting superintendent of schools effective immediately with all authority and responsibilities of the office until such time as the board hires a new permanent superintendent or until further action by the board, and that the board president be authorized to execute any documents necessary to effectuate this appointment.
I second.
A motion from Gloria, a second from Laura. Any discussion? No? All in favor? All opposed? 6-1, motion passes. All right, board members, we are going to take about a 15-20 minute break so we can get the dais set up for our new acting superintendent. It is 10:03 p.m. and the board is now back from our break. The board members, we will now proceed to consider all matters and incidents related to the insurance and sale of Leander Independent School District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2026, including the adoption of an order authorizing the issue of such bonds, establishing parameters for the sale and issuance of such bonds, and delegating certain matters to authorized district officials. That is quite the agenda title. And we're going to welcome Dr. Pape and one of our favorites from PFN.
Madam President?
Yes.
Did you want to skip the consent agenda?
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Sorry, it wasn't, oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll get it in a second. I'm just so excited for their presentation. They'll take it away.
Blake's never heard that before about a bond presentation, but good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. Tonight we're here to talk about a bond refunding that we have. Tonight we have Blake Roberts with PFN with us. He has a presentation. He will walk you through this parameter order, and then we will, if there's any questions, we're more than happy to answer those at the conclusion of the presentation.
Thank you, Pete. Good evening, Superintendent and Board. Blake Roberts, Managing Director with PFM, the district's bond advisor. We have a refunding transaction that we are asking for authorization tonight. I will be efficient with my remarks and happy to answer any questions. But the gist of what we're asking for tonight is parameters approval to enter the market in January with the refunding of existing debt for debt service savings. And so we would ask for up to $97.5 million of bonds that we've identified as eligible to be refunded. Based on where the market is today, we think the likely transaction is much smaller, around the $34 million range, which would generate about $3.7 million of net present value savings. So this is a small refunding transaction in the grand scheme of what you've been doing as a district and as a board over the past several years. The timeline will be very efficient. We'd be in the market in January after getting rating meetings in this coming week, pricing in January, and closing in February. So again, it would be a transaction for refunding savings, no extension of final maturity, no increase in CAB debt, or anything of that nature. So it would be a very efficient transaction. Next slide, Pete. I'd like to be very transparent with the board about what we're doing as a unit in the CFO office and as your advisor. So this refunding is the first of likely 2 transactions in the next 12 months. Refunding to close in February. We're working on your disclosure activities in December to file those with the regulatory bodies. And then we will probably come back to you in the summer around the time when you have certified values for an additional refunding opportunity, as well as any new money plans as part of the existing bond authorization. So just a forward look at what you may have coming down the pike over the next 12 months. Next slide. Overview of interest rates. Gist of it is the Fed has cut rates again this week, and rates are cooperative to the point where the refunding transaction makes sense, hitting your savings thresholds of at least 2.5% net present value. Next slide. For the public and for the board, an overview of kind of how the board has managed its debt successfully. An overview of highlights from the last transaction that we were in the market with this summer. You maintained very strong bond ratings of AA+ from Fitch and AA S&P. That represents, again, the strong economy of the district, the strong service territory, but also the tremendous financial management of the district and the policies and practices that as a board and as a finance team you have embedded in the district. Again, strong reserves are important, and strong budget performance, historically speaking, has been a really good indicator for the rating. So you can see the highlights of the last transaction. We had significant savings in the summertime, about $16.1 million net present value. Next slide. Overview of your existing debt, about $1.5 billion in principal outstanding in previously issued debt. And we are targeting the 2016 and 2015 A series for refunding with this transaction. Next slide. Overview of your debt structure. This is a very conservative debt profile with sort of the descending nature, meaning that you have the capacity to issue the additional remaining voted authorization when it's time to do that. This is historical, and I want to brag about this slide for a second. For context, you had a goal as a board in 2015, coming out of a use of a type of bonds called capital appreciation bonds, to get to a reduced level of that expensive type of debt by 2025. And the goal was 25% by 2025. And I think at the last meeting, Board Member Bodie asked me, could we get to a lower level than that? And I want to take a minute and say that we did. And so today we're at 17% of debt service from CAB debt, which is a tremendous milestone for the district. And so this confusing graph on the bottom sort of shows the red bars are the district's debt service payment trajectory back in 2015 when that goal was set. And you can see it's going up every year in sort of a wonky pattern. The blue bars are the existing debt service schedule now, and it's higher nominally because you've grown and we've issued more debt, but it's in a much more affordable sort of trajectory. It's going down. So that's a tremendous accomplishment for Leander ISD, and the slide I really wanted to focus on tonight. The refunding is a small part of this, but really good accomplishment for Leander ISD. Next slide. Lastly, again, the bond ratings from Fitch and S&P. We'll have conversations this week to come back with ratings in January for the pricing. No, there's sort of budget discussions being had, but we expect strong ratings with this round of rating cycle. That's a quick presentation overview of what I wanted to discuss. Again, the refunding is a very straightforward transaction that we expect to be in the market with and have good results in January, February. Happy to answer questions.
I want to first say thank you. I used to come to these meetings and hold a big sign saying, how are we going to pay these things off? And so when Pete came back in the spring and said, this is how we're going to do it, Paul, I said, okay.
I do want to just add one thing. We had a question on our debt. And so when we do this refunding, as well as the one coming up in the summer, we do structure that payment in a manner to be in compliance with the law to make sure we don't lose any of the ASAHI or the additional state aid for the homestead exemption, so that we make sure that we may upfront that a little bit more than normal in the first year or the first 2 years to make sure that our debt maintains that 33-cent tax rate, so we do not lose any of the state funding for our debt service on that, to make sure that we meet that requirement and we're not losing state funding for our debt.
Thank you. My question is on slide 9. And so it has to do with the methods used to go from that 77% over in CAP debt to 17%. Was it really just refundings, making our usual payments? I mean, how did we get to that?
I'll let Blake correct me, but I know we did, the term is over levy, but we had a higher INS tax rate and we paid off debt early, coupled with refundings, both and refinancings. So those things all together, and then any new debt we issued was CIB, which is not CAB. It's like a normal, like your normal mortgage, principal and interest each year. So those three things, and if there's anything else, Blake, but that was how we did it. And CAB debt is typically a little easier to, since you're only paying interest on it, it's a little easier to refinance, and the savings are fairly significant. So doing that for 10, 11 years, and being very strategic and consistent in that is these debts. And we've probably got a little bit of benefit there in the early 2000s with interest rates being a lot lower than anyone had ever estimated on their forecast. We were able to even make greater savings during that economic periods. So all those things together has helped us reduce from 77 to 17%.
Okay, just one piece of clarification, and this was all INS taxes that were used. There's no M&O. It's all paid through INS, correct?
Yeah, it was all INS taxes. There were a couple of bond refundings that we did pay cash down, but it was out of the INS fund. It was part of the fund balance of the INS fund. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know of any M&O taxes that were ever used in the refundings or the of the bonds. So it was all INS through the INS tax rate.
All right, thank you.
I have a question about So I asked Pete about this. Later, I'd like to see that pro forma. That's the one I'm used to reading. Sorry, though. So you've given us, I think, an abbreviated version, if I'm correct. Is it on slide 8? Is that right? Do you think this kind of helps give us an idea? Because what I'm trying to see here is I'm thinking about, and Pete, you're always on it. Thank you. Addressing ahead of time the whole over levy. Because over levy was a way we were able to pay down significant cab debt. Could be another way we could save taxpayer dollars on other debt. I mean, this was a huge tool, and it's been taken away. By removing that tool, though, now I'm wondering, as we move forward, we can only have an INS that's paying debt. We can no longer over levy, which really significantly reduces our options to refund. And so that means as we issue debt, we have less of an opportunity to pay down. So then that means we have less of a window or a room to be able to issue more debt. So can you help me kind of understand, based right now, if we didn't issue any more debt at this point, what does that look like for us?
Well, if you look at the bar graph here on slide 8, and so I'll kind of meander your questions and kind of flow in and out of the recent change and not being able to over levy, and then the issues if you do. So if you just look at our, the payment this year is about $160 million. So that was brought in by our 33-cent tax rate, as well as some of the state funding, the hold harmless, the ASAHI, we call it the ASAHI, additional state aid for the homestead exemption, hold harmless piece. And then any interest, that gets us to the $160 million to make that bond payment for that year. Well, if you look at the next year, again, nothing changes, nothing new issued. Our bond payment is going to be $142 million. So if I were to do 33 cents, I would over levy, right? I would bring in more money, and then the money from the state or the ASAHI would decrease. I would lose that opportunity. So when we refund this amount right here that we're talking about tonight in this parameter order that we'll do in February, again, we'll come back. We could issue new debt. We still have, we've sold bonds twice out of that $763 million we passed a couple of years ago. We still have probably 1 or 2 more bond sales depending on our cash flow needs, and we have some more cabinet refundings as well. So as Blake mentioned earlier, we're not extending it out. So this debt is 10 years old. We've paid interest on it for 10 years. Now we're going to refund it to like a mortgage. We're going to pay principal and interest over the next 20 years. We're going to pay it off. We're not doing it over another 30. We're doing it over the remaining 20. But what we can do, and when they set the debt rate, the debt structure, Blake and his team can take some of that money and say, if we're going to refund, whatever money amount it is, instead of just doing it equally over 20 years, we could put a big portion of that in year 1. So we get that 142 up to 160, so we can keep our 33 cents, not lose any of the state funding piece, and do that every time we refund. Because for our taxpayers, if we have a new bond coming out, new things, no one likes the 33 cents to go down to 28, then go back up to 29, and then the next year it goes back to 28, and then you want to pass a bond and it goes up to 34. We really try to keep that rate as balanced and so it doesn't fluctuate for our taxpayers, and we plan in according with that, and we refund and we move monies within those years to allow us to keep that tax rate as the same as much as possible. And the only fluctuation that really comes in that is if the state does anything on the M&O side.
And then last question, and I'd still like to see it kind of in the numbers. It helps me better. But crystal ball. I know this is a terrible question because who really can gaze into a crystal ball and really know what's going to happen? But we are currently hearing state leadership signal some desires on debt and how we can actually move forward as a school district. Based on those conversations right now, does that cause you concern with the current path that you've planned for us tonight?
Not with this refunding. And I would probably feel pretty comfortable not within the one in the summer as well. However, anything can change. 27, the next session, 90th session, is that what it is? 90th, the next legislative session, and beyond.
Just get me for tonight. I just want to make sure I have the information for the vote tonight.
Yeah, so. No, anything it would affect, we would structure in a way that it wouldn't affect us or wouldn't be harmed.
I agree, and just to clarify, you like the small numbers.
I just like the numbers.
Okay.
My bar graph
Yeah.
eyes don't work as
Okay.
well, but when I have the
Yeah, no, we
numbers, it
can-
helps.
We'll definitely add that back next time, yeah. Thank you.
All right, board members, this is up for action tonight, so I'm going to need a motion.
I move the board adopt an order authorizing the issuance of Leander Independent School District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2026.
I second.
A motion from Sade, a second from Trish. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 7 ayes. Motion passes. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, board.
All right, board members, we're going to move to consent agenda items. I'm going to need a motion. Do I have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented. I second.
Motion from Trish, second from Gloria. All in favor? 7 ayes. Motion passes. Board members, don't hate me, but we're going to take a 5-minute break so I can get some papers signed so we don't have to be here till the end of the night. So go get some water, but be back here in 5 minutes. is 10:25 p.m. and the board is back from our quick little break. Board members, we're going to move some items around. And next, we're going to go to 9B2, consider approval of enrollment thresholds for low enrolled campuses in alignment with the board adopted resolution. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. We're joined here by Rachel Mackey, and we're going to kind of run through real quickly just what's on the table here tonight. We reviewed at the last meeting just how we got as administration to proposed enrollment thresholds, and it's all tied back and aligned to the September 30th board resolution. Looking at a first threshold for implementing low enrollment staffing models, and then a second threshold below which consolidation would be considered. So that's what's before you today, and a lot of this is going to look familiar. And the two thresholds, threshold 1 is again below 500 students, and that's where you'll see that phase 1 of staffing models comes into play. Also, when mitigation strategies are introduced to try to mitigate that campus from dropping to threshold 2. But if it does continue to drop, or we have campuses that fall below 400, that's when that phase 2 staffing model comes into place, and also a formal review process would be started in looking at that campus closure. So currently, based on our 1031 enrollment, we have 7 campuses that fall below threshold 1, between threshold 1 and threshold 2, and then we have 3 campuses that are below threshold 2. You'll see the list of those campuses there. We've identified those before. Just wanted to let you know what we're dealing with. So these are the 2 thresholds in the staffing guidelines. Again, they align with the proposed staffing guidelines as well. We're not approving staffing guidelines. What we're doing is approving enrollment thresholds when it comes to long-range planning, and aligned with that board resolution. So that's a quick overview. If you have any questions, that's what we're here for.
All right, board members, we had this presentation last week and kind of throughout this process, so any questions you have, please bring them up now. This is an action item.
So I have a question, and I sent ahead of time, which was, and one, if you could just, I know y'all said this, but recalibrate us on how you chose this staffing for these thresholds. And then 2, if you can tell me, there's some questions like, well, why wouldn't you exempt things? Could you exempt Title I? Could you exempt this? And then we could keep going. And we're really trying to figure out how to manage and move forward with a district that will have different enrollment significantly. You already saw some, you had some pretty large numbers. It was more than 3, right, for all of them combined. And this trend, if it continues and we're going to be sitting at that 500, I know we have to make hard decisions. But these are families and staff, and we want to know. So if you could tell me why these numbers, why not exemptions, why did you go here?
Absolutely. So when we talk about the staffing guidelines and how we came up with these, as we said previously, we worked with district leadership as well as campus leadership to look at both our peers and competitors, as well as TASB guidelines, to come up with these thresholds. The lowest threshold, the lowest phase, I guess, for campus staffing guidelines that we were able to find was under 500. And so when we started looking at that, a lot of the ones that we saw under 500 were like either no AP or half an AP or no librarian. And so lots of people have had to make some of these tough choices, not just us. And so when we looked at our campuses and our unique needs, we decided to go with that 400 and 500 as those phases. And when we talk about some of these halves and the different ways that we could potentially utilize this staffing, it's not just about cut every position in half. It's not about getting rid of programs. It's about doing things differently. And so working with the campuses and how do we do those things differently with adjusted staffing, whether it's shared responsibilities, shared FTEs from 2 different campuses. There's a lot of different ways that we could go about doing this, which is where we want to work individually with the campuses that are impacted to look at what's best for that campus's needs. As far as looking at things like Title I, One of the conversations we had was that with Title I, we of course have additional funding. And so we can look at how we're utilizing that Title I funding to see how we may further support those campuses that are impacted by these staffing guidelines through those title funds.
And when we see something like, say, a librarian or receptionist or registrar that shows up as half a position, is it a full-time position that's shared between campuses, or is it really a part-time position?
Like I said, it depends. We're going to be working with each campus to see what would work best for them. In some cases, it may be a shared position where one individual on the campus is doing both reception and registrar. On another campus, it may be two people that truly just want part-time work. It's just really going to depend on the needs of each individual campus.
And then I'm curious about, at our last meeting, we talked about by doing this, and in Threshold 1 and Threshold 2, is that it may open up the opportunity for campuses to talk about doing something different, that we don't necessarily have to continue with the same learning model. If they wanted to overlay grades or what, there's different options. And I don't know what all they are. I just know that's what admin said. And you just alluded to it, we're gonna have conversations. How do our campuses know they can think outside the box? How do they know they're supported? And do y'all have constraints or guardrails or things you're gonna tell them that, no, that's too far out, right? But are they gonna be able to take some time to work on this and think outside the box? And might y'all be coming to us with something of, are y'all gonna come back to us and say, hey, we're gonna stack the grades, or hey, we're gonna do, I don't know what all the options are. I'm not in that. That's not my area of expertise, but can y'all help me think about how that process looks?
Sure, and I may refer to Dr. Clark a little bit on some of this too, because the academic programming of campuses is a little beyond HR, but we want to engage in those conversations and be able to provide some flexibility where it's appropriate to stay within our learning model and our guiding principles, but also provide a variety of experiences for our students. And so we'll be working with the campuses, all the different departments, to be sure that we're having those conversations and looking at what ideas they may have and the feasibility of those within Leander ISD.
I'll add on to that real quick. So when you look at thresholds, another way to consider it is that it's not a standalone solution. Like a threshold is not a standalone solution. It's literally a signal that kind of prompts us to examine a little bit further. And that's where the mitigation strategies, like we talked about sometimes, not every strategy will fit every scenario and every circumstance. And that's where we as a district will try to navigate that and explore options throughout the time, depending on what the campus needs are.
I would just add that, and I think the flexibility within, it's not just about a 0.5 and how you pair these. I think sometimes at some of the schools, there's context to who is actually there at the campus and their ability. This is a very oversimplification. Just for an example, though, is if you have an assistant principal who used to be an instructional coach, many of our APs were ICs before they got that role, there's maybe more possibility, as long as the person is willing, and that's the direction the principal wants to go, where they could share those duties because they have comfort in both roles or knowledge base in both roles. That's just one example of that. I think when I look at the two under PE and fine arts, I think some interpret that as one PE teacher, one fine arts teacher, but if you have, a lot of these campuses are near each other because this scenario plays out geographically, right? So there is potential for some creative scheduling across campuses where that can become 4.5s, and then you don't have to lose music or PE or art. You can share those two, becomes 4 across 2 campuses, and it gives you more flexibility.
And
if that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, and just to be very clear, we're not cutting performing arts, we're not cutting art, we're not cutting PE. There's just flexibility on how you use that, whether it's 2 full-time positions, 2 half-time or 4 half-time positions, shared positions, all of that. And the principals requested that flexibility to do what they needed for their campus.
I think a follow-up will be a brainstorm session with all of the campuses that are impacted if this is what ends up occurring, so we can get their input and think through the who and the, we may have to try some things and learn some things. We're in new territory, and rule some things out, and we may discover some things that we replicate. But I don't think it would be wise for us to just say we're going to do this same way every school. Everybody gets a 0.5 of something. You know, I think we have to explore options as we learn.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. I think y'all have talked about this at a previous meeting, is that the goal is not necessarily we are going to have some, where schools kind of settle maybe within one of these thresholds, but the goal ideally is to use these mitigation efforts to get them back up above that 500. And so it's not, so it sounds like that's the goal. Am I correct in saying that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So following up on that and just thinking about some of the comments or some of the emails we've received, and I think you've spoken to this before, but I want to make sure it's correct. You'll look at staffing you said the October, or you said that there's a point at which you'll look at staffing to make those determinations. Can you remind me when around that time of year that is for the following school year?
So we get the demographers' reports on projections and do that by grade level and have those staffing guidelines or staffing allocations to principals by mid-February.
Okay, so let's say in February that happens, and let's say that a school is ready to go to work on some mitigation efforts, and by the beginning of early in the next school year, they're back above that 500, then is there an option for the district to then add in the positions that are needed? Is that an option?
So what we started this year for the first time, and I imagine we would continue it into next year, is we have a process that we look with the area superintendents, HR, and the like, weekly, starting in around mid-July through mid-September, at looking at all the enrollment and looking for trends. And we have some guidelines on at what point do we pull those triggers to make adjustments to staffing based on the revised enrollment.
Okay, that's great, because just hearing how many parents and families are ready to really jump on some of those efforts and wanting to make sure that that's going to be an option for them to make that as soon as that difference hits, they're able to make that adjustment. And then the other, sorry, I can pass it in a second, but the other question with that is sorry, I'm just making sure here. Different campuses have different resources in terms of engaging in those mitigation efforts. So I just want to make sure that there is some sort of clear process for schools that maybe that make sure that they're all able to engage in those mitigation efforts, so that everybody has access. Because what I don't want to happen is for it to be like a competition among our schools, and really helping encourage all of our schools to work together to bring people in. And for everyone who has folks in their community who want to work towards that they have the resources that they need to do that. So that's the other piece, that we just make that really clear.
I have a question that just came to my mind as we were talking about this, which is, this is a change, and so we've heard from Gibson about our change management. And so have we thought about what a change management process and timeline could look like?
Yeah, so if you remember when Gibson reported on their audit, they suggested the ADCAR model for change management, and we have started working on a version of that, but making it work for us. But the first step in that is building awareness within the organization of why we're doing this, what the need is. I don't want to represent that we have followed every little step of that, but I think we have done a good job of engaging campus principals in this process. Now, I'm not going to pretend that they love this. They don't, and I don't blame them. This is very difficult, but we're trying to do it in a way that is the least negative impact, with the most voice and input from the people that have to implement it. I think would be a good,
I agree.
And then just being able to measure or check in on how it's working, how it's the effectiveness or the impact, just building that into the process so that and what will be done as a result.
Sure, and I think to determine what's done, and you may have thoughts on this as well, we can that's hard to predict because we are in uncharted territory. However, I think we have, in some of our next conversations coming in the next few board meetings around some different ideas for support to schools that we can look at options of that we're getting more direct support, et cetera. Yeah.
I imagine that, well, I don't imagine, I am determined that we're all going to be checking in with these campuses. We're all going to be getting feedback and making sure things are working. And if they're not, working together with the campuses to figure out what we need to do to improve it, because it is uncharted territory and we hope we're doing it right, but sometimes we have to fail forward too, and we don't want that to be at the expense of our students and staff. And so we'll continue working closely with the campuses and leadership to try to resolve any issues that arise.
So you're saying if there was like a 0.5 for a librarian and it somehow isn't working and the kids are struggling a bit, we would raise that to a full-time?
We'd have to look at what options we needed to do to make things work.
One of the things I just wanted to add to your question, Laura, was the way we were managing transfers now in inter and intra-district is that we're doing priority transfers, so to speak, in January. So we can consider those from in the staffing intra. I always get intra and inter mixed up. So, but then we can also monitor those as they come in throughout, because we don't want staffing guidelines to get in the way of what we're trying to do in terms of bringing additional students in from outside the district. So monitoring that in a much different way. We have to be careful because we don't want to give allocations out of FTEs for students who then may not come, but I think we can monitor those numbers and make some decisions there too, particularly at schools like that are really putting forth effort to market. And
two things. So one, want to echo the request, I think, for kind of an implementation timeline similar to what we're going to discuss with the consolidation. But once this triggers, what does it look like to implement? And then I think Sade mentioned, was asking about kind of the feedback we may receive as we implement this. And what I would want us to do is to approach it like a rigorous test. And so I know we'll be checking in, but I think actually developing it with some rigor around getting that feedback in some kind of like rigorous way that we can use this as like a test model would make sense. Agreed.
We've received a lot of questions about how or if this will impact how we provide services to our special education students. Can you address that?
Of course. Special education staffing is done completely separate from this. And so we look at, the special education department looks at individual student need when determining the amount of special education supports needed on a campus. And so it's really not related to this staffing.
One more question for you. I asked you about one way when the enrollment goes up mid-year. What about the other way around? If they drop mid-year, how does that work?
That's a big it depends. We really try, once the school year starts, to look across the district as a whole of where the needs may be. And so there is a chance that there may be some shifts from one campus to another if it's the right thing to do, if we're looking at the impact and that kind of thing. And so sometimes there will be shifts in staffing, taking an FTE or whatnot from the lower enrolled campus to the higher or vice versa. But other times it's not in the best interest of the campus to do that, and so we make adjustments in other areas.
it's not easy, but it's easier to do that at the elementary level than it is at secondary, unless you have a vacancy. So there are a lot of complications with master schedule once school has started and kids have been rostered into courses. So but we did some of that this year, and it wasn't always pleasant, but it is necessary, and it did save us from adding teachers. So,
Chris, you queued up two of my questions, so I'll send them towards your direction, and you can hand them out. One, so much of our focus has been on elementary schools, of course, but middle schools also were a part of this discussion. Is this, are we setting a precedent here that this may be something we see enacted at the middle school level? And then my other question is, assuming we adopt this tonight, and I'll have a question later about just to be sure what we're adopting, assuming we adopt this tonight, what's the impact to learning, and what are the mitigation things that you are prepared to do, and is there extra funding we need to be prepared for in that area?
So where I get confused on this, so just to make sure I'm kind of restating, is we're adopting thresholds that are related to that cause staffing to kick in, but thresholds are also that's really about when are we going to look at mitigation strategies, and then when are we going to consider consolidation. But we are also mirroring our staffing guidelines around that. So right now, this is only applying to elementary. However, we do look, as part of this ongoing budget challenge, we are looking at the way we staff middle and high schools as part of, no decisions have been made there, but so that is the same but different at the same time, if that makes sense. And so it gets a little messy in my mind because we're connecting our staffing to these thresholds, which were about mitigation and closure. In terms of the impact on do you mind restating that question just so I have?
What impact do you anticipate happening to learning that may mean we need to do some mitigation? Like, are y'all planning for scenarios of putting in extra ICs or I don't know, IAs or what's some initial, and is there a cost to that?
So I think the greatest impact on learning is threshold, the staffing that kicks in after threshold 2. Neither one of these is ideal. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that they're easy, but when you look at what happens after threshold 1 to staff, that primarily impacts office. Now, the special schedule will be impacted, but there's some things you can do creatively to share some staff and still not lose programming. I feel like we can figure that out. But when you start looking at a halftime counselor, a halftime instructional coach, that's hard. Now, it's not a direct impact to the classroom, in my opinion, for the most case, but when teachers have less and these are all small schools, that's why we're doing this. So think of a 2-person team. One of them is brand new. Maybe both of them are brand new or 1 to 3 years of experience. Now they have a part-time instructional coach. So they, in theory, may not have as much access, or they might have to be really intentional about when they schedule time with that coach if we end up sharing it across 2 campuses or something. So that access is not directly to the classroom, but indirectly support to the teacher can help improve, or by not being there can, detract from what's going on in a classroom. In terms of mitigation, I think this is part of the Gibson audit, mainly the Gibson audit, and feedback from principals was the need for more intentional support from central office, primarily through teaching and learning. And so we're looking at ways right now with our department, but also based on feedback of how can we better support schools, primarily these schools now that may have reduced staffing, so we can be more intentional there. That was a long-winded answer. I hope it answers it.
The vote tonight, when we vote on this, I just make sure as a board, we're not voting on, from what it sounds like is, are we voting on the specific numbers? Because it sounds like what you are talking about is flexibility, that you're going to go talk with the principals, you're going to talk with the campuses, that when we're voting, we're just saying these are the thresholds, and then these are the, it gets kind of muddy. We adopt, the threshold, but then you might do a 0.5, or you're going to talk with them and tell them how they could divide it up or whatever. So what is the part that we own when we're adopting tonight, and what is the part that admin's going to go do?
So admin owns all these numbers up here, except for threshold 1 and threshold 2. So this is the staffing guidelines that we're going to finalize before Christmas break. You guys are voting on, are we going to do threshold 1 at under 500 where we start those mitigation strategies? And are we going to do threshold 2 at 400 or below 400 where we're starting to look at potentially consolidating campuses.
But when we do those, it also triggers conversations. You are going to, in theory, reduce down by these numbers. These aren't
Yes.
arbitrary. These are
correct.
But you're gonna. It takes admin. Y'all go have conversations with the campuses in case they want to do this a different way, or they can talk about different learning models. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And also the low enrollment threshold too also considers the size of the facility. Like, for example, specifically I'm referring to Grandview Hills Elementary, because it might look small, but the size, the capacity is small. And so
I think that's one consideration that, and has been brought up before. One thing to understand is there's ratios involved here, not necessarily classrooms, but teachers and students. And so that's why it's a little bit different than when we looked at the percent capacity of the building itself. This is more tied to staffing that goes along with the actual children and students that are in that building. And so it really can apply no matter the size of the building.
correct.
So
I
it's
just
not-
meant as far as consolidation trigger is concerned. That's because there was, I think you mentioned, well, threshold 2, that's when you start looking at
review.
the mitigations to avoid that or of which consolidation might be, but not really for Grandview Hills because they have a different facility capacity.
It could be, so when we get to threshold 2, remember, it just triggers the review of potential. And so that would be one consideration that you would have both board and administration in looking at that campus and what you may want to do in the future if it doesn't improve from an enrollment standpoint. But that's something you can consider within that review once triggered by threshold 2.
We've talked about mitigation strategies, and of course, we want to bring everybody to our district. Love to increase that enrollment. That's our revenue. But when we're looking at threshold 1 and 2, there's a certain type of urgency on enrollment on threshold 1 and 2 campuses. So y'all will be targeting some mitigation strategies towards these, correct?
Yeah,
Just
from
make
an
sure we're
enrollment,
right. Yeah.
from an enrollment standpoint, absolutely.
Okay. Can I? All right. I move that the board approve the low enrollment campus thresholds with threshold 1 for campuses with enrollment before 500 students, threshold 2 for campuses with enrollment below 400 students. It's just a lot. Okay. To be implemented beginning with the 2026-27 school year. In alignment with a resolution regarding financial sustainability and long-range planning for the Leander Independent School District as presented.
A second.
I have a motion from Trish, a second from Nkosi. Any discussion, board members?
I still think these our numbers are too high.
Thank you, Paul. All right, board members, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? 6-1, motion passes. Board members, we're now going to go to 9B4, discussion of proposed 2026-2027 budget development calendar and budget assumptions. Pete? Where did Pete go? Oh, and Gina. I got it right, Gina. Yes. I had like 7 text messages. Anna, you got it wrong. It's all right. Gina. All right, y'all take it away whenever you're ready, please.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark, P. Poppy, CFO. Gina is our, Gina Mishke is our Executive Director of Business and Business Services, or Business Processes, my apologies. So we're gonna have a presentation tonight, just kind of go through the budget assumptions. We'll talk about this, bring us back to the board January 22nd. Probably will be talk about briefly at a high level again and on the January 8th workshop. But I will let Gina begin the process and kind of walk us through the process, and we'll answer any questions that there are any. And I will turn it over to you.
I'll probably do it. Okay. Good evening, board members, Madam President, Dr. Clark. As Pete said, we're here to talk about the budget calendar. This is the time period that we start this process for the next year's budget. So we're in the usual time frame, kind of starting. And then we're going to talk about some economic impacts, some legislative changes that occurred this last legislative session with House Bill 2, and then we'll wrap it up with the budget assumptions that we're proposing for 2026-27. So first, we'll talk about the budget timeline. And I know we started early this year. We've actually been bringing information since August, September to the board. So I'm not going to belabor a lot of this. Some of the information that you'll see in here you have seen before. We've brought pre-assumptions. A lot of those stay the same in this presentation. Now, again, we're at the timeline right now where we start this process. We look at the budget calendar. That's where December is, and it's highlighted kind of where we're at. When we move into January, of course, we have January 8th where we're going to look at budget levers. And then we have the second board meeting in January where we will ask for approval of the budget assumptions from the board. And we'll start putting stuff together for campuses to put budget worksheets that we'll send out to them. Then we move into February. It's kind of a continuation at that point. We'll be updating the board as we get new information because we'll be getting CPTD values and other things that will allow us to update revenue, and we'll bring those back as needed. And then in February too, if we have critical positions that we need released, we'll be coming to the board asking for that. I don't know that we'll have any, but if we do, that's usually the timeline that we do that. Moving into March, we're kind of continuing this process. I mean, we're continuing to update you. We're talking about reductions that might have been finalized and building that into the budget. And we're also, our recurring requests are due. All of the budget worksheets are due back from campuses, and we're consolidating all of that information. And we bring that to you kind of in April. In April, we also bring the compensation plan. We're also, again, we get preliminary certified values, which allows us to further fine-tune that revenue. So as we're moving, we're fine-tuning all of the details in the budget and getting it cleaner and tighter towards the goal that we're working towards. In May, we're looking to the board president to call a meeting to adopt the budget in June. And usually we have a near final budget by May that we're really, we're pretty much on target or should be very close to being complete. And then in June, we look to adopt the budget. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some factors that impact the budget. And we pulled this information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And I know everybody is very well aware of inflation and what's occurred. This is kind of shows you over since 2020, or 2020. It shows you a 12-month view every year of the inflation in different areas or different categories. And if you look at this, I mean, almost every category there are increases since that timeline. So food, electricity, and medical care, it's like every year. There's only a couple that you see some declines. So it just, again, it's compounding the issue of trying to find reductions. We're also having increased costs. It's impacting our employees. It's just something that we try to keep in mind, and this kind of reflects what's going on in the market.
And just want to reiterate, I know your board's fully aware, just for the community in case they're not, we have not had a basic allotment increase since 2019. So our revenues have been flat since 2019, and we have staff enrollment starting to decline, and you have inflationary costs that affect both our budget and our employees' personal budgets at home.
And he
Pete,
just
you're
stole my
absolutely
thunder.
right, but please clarify, we have not had a basic allotment increase because some people point to our $55.
We did receive $55 this year. He stole my thunder because this is on the next slide. I was
Oh,
going to
my
talk
bad,
to this.
my bad. Well, let me clarify on the $55. They did reduce the golden penny yield by the equal amount, basically, so it was a switcheroo, but.
Yes. So the next slide, I just pulled out some of the same information. So you'll see like electricity, it's got the blue around it. That's the blue graph that you see. Then you have green, which is the medical care, and food, which is the yellow. So you can tell, like, if you look back at 2015, 16 through 2019, you don't see a lot of change. There's a little bit of increase, but not much. Then you hit the COVID year and you look at 2020 forward to 2025. That's when you see your major increases since 2020 and forward. I mean, so if you look, for instance, look at electricity, and if you look from 2015 to 2025, the total change is 37% increase in inflation. But 32% of that occurred from 2020 to 25. So the majority is occurring in that very short time period, in the time period that he's talking about where we have not received an increase in basic allotment since 2019. So we've seen all of these increases, but we've not been able to really address them. Just because, and food's the same way. Medical care is a little bit more consistent in the rise, but the largest increases again are in like 21, 22. So it is impacting everybody. And I just think it's important for us to keep that in mind as we move through the process. And this right here, these are legislative impacts that happened through House Bill 2. Financial impacts, I know there were lots of impacts. One thing you won't see on here is the teacher retention allotment. I specifically didn't put it in here because it's really a pass-through. We received the funds, and those teachers that qualify, the classroom teachers that are 3 and 5 year, receive those funds. So it's basically kind of a pass-through. These are actually new funding or increased funding that we receive, but I kind of want to walk through a few of these just to give you an idea of the impact or the impact that it didn't have that we would want. So if you look at the brand new allotment is the allotment for basic costs, or ABC allotment. That is a brand new allotment for this year. So we didn't receive any revenue in this category in 24-25. And so the revenue we're anticipating is about $4.4 million, which sounds really great. And we are grateful for anything that we get. But it's really important to look at the costs that it covers, or the increases, or the areas it's supposed to cover: transportation, health insurance, contributions, utilities, property and casualty. So TRS falls in this. TRS contributions fall in this area. Well, the teacher retention allotment actually resulted in a $1.2 million increase for us that was unfunded. So yes, this helped cover that, but we didn't get any additional funds except through here. We also increased our health care. So that was a $2.45 million hit there. We also increased electricity, $430,000 that we hit there. I mean, that is actually that's like $4.6 million when you add it all together. And I'm not talking about contract costs or anything else. I'm talking about those 3 areas alone use these funds. I mean, they're gone. So there was nothing in addition that you could spend them on, like increases for staff or anything else. They went to cover things we had to cover. So I want to move into safety and security. We know that there were some increases in that area as well. So we went from, I believe it was $10 per student, right? $10 per student. And then it was $15,000 per campus. And they increased that to $20 per student and $33,540 per campus, which that, again, we will take every penny that we can get because we need it. And that was an increase from $1.1 million. Now we anticipate $2.5 million this year. Well, our budget this year is 8.6, and that is with the police department that is not built out. So the requirement of having a police officer on every campus or a marshal at every elementary is going to grow. That revenue is not going to grow unless we open a new campus or we receive additional students. So that revenue will stay fairly flat based off of where we're at right now. Now, when we open ECC, we'll get a little bit more, but again, you're adding a police officer or a marshal at that campus as well. So we're going to see the budget actually increase in this area with no revenue increasing with it. So I know that I'm not painting a great picture, but I think that it needs to be talked about. Last, I want to hit on special education. Everybody knows special education costs. The needs of the students are high, and we need to meet the needs, and we're required to meet needs. So the revenue that's shown here is 100% of the allocation. So when we're allocated funds for special education students, so that, say, $54.6 million, we're allocated those funds, but we only are required to spend 55% of those funds. The remaining funds should be for overhead or things. That's kind of the intent behind that. We're spending over the 100% allotment. So while we did get some additional funds, or we are going to, it is still not meeting the needs of the students anywhere. And I, again, wanted to point these things out to show we did get some additional funding this year, and we have the teacher retention allotment, which was $12 million, but it just, we really didn't get anything new. in the district. And last we know, a huge impact on the budget is your enrollment. And so again, if you look at the history of Leander ISD, and I've been here for quite a few years, we were always growing at a really fast pace. I mean, sometimes 600, 800 students a year, and we were growing significantly back through COVID, to be honest. And so when the expenditures increased because we were increasing students, that it was staying the same. The revenue was increasing as the expenditures increased. Whenever COVID hit, of course, we had a dip, but we were held harmless that year. And we had a little bit of growth after that, but you can see that flattening. So while expenditures are increasing now, our revenue is not. It is staying like this. And so enrollment is having a major impact on the district as far as revenue. So now I'm going to go into the assumptions. And here I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about enrollment because it is so important in making sure that the board is in agreement with our recommendation for what we're recommending or proposing that we use for enrollment for 26-27. This graph is exactly the same graph as that I just showed on the previous slide. So look at 25-26, that top number where it says 42,448 for staffing, that's truly like enrolled students. And we use that for staffing purposes because we need to staff for every student that we think is coming. The number below that, it says for funding, we have to adjust the enrollment number for pre-K students that we only get half-day funding for, and for students that are zero eligibility. Those are like speech babies that come in and get services. We have to service those students, but we don't receive any funding for those students, and there's quite a few in the district. So the funding number is adjusted for that so that we're not over projecting revenue, but we're meeting the needs of the student by doing the staffing. So that's why you see those two different numbers. So the numbers on the top were the projected enrollment for the district. The next number is where we're really at or closer to, which is that 41,951. That's this year, current, and that fluctuates from day to day. So you'll see different numbers at different times depending on when you pull it. And then, of course, the number for funding is 41,110. That's almost 700 students below what we projected. So that has a direct impact on the revenue that we're projecting to come in. So for 26-27, we had PASA come in October and they gave a presentation and they kind of did a reset and they talked about, because why were we so off? We went with reduced growth last year and we were still under the projected enrollment, right? But they did talk about some of the reasons why. The charter school that opened, that wasn't supposed to open last year, things of that nature, and they kind of did a reset. So we are proposing, and Pete and I have gone back and in the office talked about, should we use reduced growth? Should we use, the moderate growth as we heard about it in the past? Should we use moderate growth and then only do 99.5% of that? We've kind of played around. Based off of PASA's explanations at the meeting, right now what is in here is basically the moderate growth. This is not the reduced growth, it's the moderate growth. We're proposing that right now and then wanting to watch kind of as we move forward. If we decide we want to lower that to reduce growth, we can absolutely bring that back. I just want to be very clear in doing that. It will increase the deficit significantly, and maybe we should, but I'm trying to be conservative but not hurting the district when we're not sure that we need to go that direction. So we kind of want to monitor this and then also see what open enrollment does. So that's kind of where we're at right now. You want to add
Would you
anything?
say that again, though? Because I want to make sure.
We're using PASA's what we call moderate growth, or what I've heard of. They've changed the names of it, so I get really confused now. We're not using the reduced growth in here. We discussed it, but based off of PASA's explanations and saying that they took into account the charter schools that were opening, and you will see that even the moderate growth that's on here is over 100 students lower than what we have this year. So it is projecting a decrease, and going to the reduced growth, I'm not sure that we need to take that approach right now. We can go run the numbers on that, but lowering the enrollment will cause the deficit, because the revenue is going to go down and the deficit will increase.
I guess my question is I know when PASA came here, they talked about charters, but vouchers are now coming. They're on, I mean, in my other job, like that's my whole job is I'm researching micro schools, and the amount of micro schools that are popping up in our area is insane, and they're all around that nice voucher number. So I'm just wondering, was that conversation, the voucher here, was that factored into that? Because I honestly think we need to be on a reduced model, because I don't think this district understands the impact vouchers are going to have on us. Like we're going to lose students. And so I think for me, I'd rather see a reduced enrollment, and I know that's going to add to the deficit, but I'd rather this board be ready for that than have the surprise in the last minute we're having to make a major pivot.
But if we end up doing that, I mean, I'm just guessing the numbers. You're telling us. My guess is then we're going to have a reduction in force conversation as well once we do that.
We will have to do something, definitely identify some additional reductions, for sure. And, you know, listening to PASA, to Stacy, she did address some of that, and she didn't believe, she did factor that in, the vouchers. I don't know that it's enough. That's the conversations we keep having behind doors is, you know, is this low enough? And so we can definitely run the numbers on the reduced, and we could bring that back and at least have you look at it and we can talk about that if you like that to happen.
I think I'm wondering too, what's the timeline in terms of when we have to make that decision? So, for example, could we operate? Obviously, we'd like to see, I would like to see both. Okay. But I'm wondering in terms of budget cuts or reductions or whatever we need to do, that we know for sure, we should count for sure that the moderate scenario we will have to make, and understand that it could be this additional amount. I'm wondering when kind of the deadline is for making that call. Does that make sense? Is there a deadline for that?
There's not really a deadline, and we kind of have, I mean, we can definitely look at both, because then you can see the side by side. You know, my thought process behind some of it was that we are going to do open enrollment, and we may be really conservative on our end as far as building any of that into the revenue, and so, and watching that and seeing what happens, and maybe that's not fast enough. I mean, if we want to look at it and identify additional reductions now and start on that, then we can definitely look at it.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see them side by side, and I'm curious. I was looking at you, Jeremy. When we're looking at these numbers, do we have projections or estimates of what our goal is, or what we're hoping, or what we believe what our numbers will look like for open enrollment the first year?
I think we have to be conservative, but we're very hopeful. And I think it's going to be different depending on the region of our district. Obviously, around the perimeter, if there's available seats along the perimeter, the one thing that we will know is in that time frame in February, when that first window opens, we'll get a better idea of where we stand in reviewing those. And so it is so hard, like first year, as you know, to try to guess on what it's going to be, but I will tell you the efforts that are being made are going to try to increase as much as possible. We're going to be competitive, and we're going to have all the resources in order to do so. It's very hard to have a target. Just remember that I might get this number wrong, Gina and Pete, but for every student that does come in, then that's an additional $7,000 ish. $7,700. And so that's kind of the target that we work, and the math that we can do in our head based on every student that comes. You heard from Steve Crawford. He's putting an effort out there, absolutely. And so that's one thing that we just don't know exactly what it's going to be, but we're going to put the effort out there.
So we'll see when when this first round of applications comes in February. At that point, we can look at these two enrollment pieces and maybe adjust on how we think that might impact us? Do you think when do you think we will know what those numbers, when will we have a more solid idea of what those numbers are going to look like?
So we're going to have 2 windows. We're going to have the first window that comes for open enrollment is going to be in February, and our plan is to hopefully get those award letters out by the end of April. So that's going to be our first round, and then we'll do another round immediately after that. But we'll have a really good idea just based on intake on how many. Just understand that they may want a campus that's may not have enough seats left over, but we should know in that February, March timeframe.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. So I've heard some terms or verbs this evening, hope and wish, and as it relates to open enrollment. Yes, we can hope and we can wish, but I'm really still looking for the action on our part. I think it's supposed to be ready by next week. Is that what it is? Okay. So as long as we have something, it's not just we're just sitting and hoping and wishing and watching these numbers dwindle, but we're actually being proactive.
So I think board conversation is great, and I think we all really want to do the absolute best for our district. I am really concerned about overriding admin's initial recommendation to us and saying we need another set of numbers. You didn't bring it to us for a reason. And my concern is stability for a system. And if you bring us a second set of numbers and we have to start talking about those next steps, I don't think that makes our system very stable. And I don't think open enrollment, and kind of piggybacking or adding to what Sade said I don't think open enrollment is going to bring us the 10,000 kids we're looking for. We already heard in PASA the 10,000 kiddos, projected in 2015 versus now. So it's like, how many are going to alternate educational systems, right? And so how do we go get those kids? So we just took a really hard vote, but part of that vote was about giving campuses an opportunity to have a discussion of what mitigation could look like and what these next steps could look like. And so I am really concerned about going so quick and trying to introduce so much interruption in a system that we've already done so much to not let some of these mitigation factors change. Because if we can get 1,000 kiddos, that's $7 million. And there is more than 1,000 out there in our area. We can go get those kiddos once they see the system we have.
So I have a question. I pulled up our PASA presentation from this year, and on here it has the 25-26 year, and it has us. I'm looking at this right here where the assumption that 42,448, and on the PASA presentation that has that as the reduced scenario. So last year did we go with the reduced scenario?
We did.
So if we're going with the reduced scenario last year, knowing that vouchers weren't there, right, and we know the expansion of charter schools, help me explain why we're going to go with the moderate rather than reduce, knowing we are losing students every year. Why would we do reduce last year and now we're doing the moderate, knowing all that other stuff on the horizon it's here?
And again, when Stacy came in from PASA, and she came in and discussed the reasons why, like the unknowns that happened this year, there was a charter that opened up that wasn't expected, and they reset their baseline. They do that every year, and so with that, her feeling fairly confident, because we asked a lot of questions in administration towards this about her confidence in adjusting those numbers. So I hated to, when you're saying that, we typically go with moderate growth. That's been what we've done historically. We didn't last year, but with her indicating that there's been a reset, I felt more comfortable using moderate and not also cutting us off at the knees if we don't necessarily need to do that. Because we can go and do the reduced, and then if we get the students in, then we're going to have reduced things that we didn't need to, and I don't want to do that either. So I'm trying to find kind of the midpoint of that, and watching the open enrollment and hoping that makes up some of the difference between that and the reduced, and kind of monitoring things. But it's a valid question. That's kind of what we've talked about back and forth, and we've definitely struggled with this, I'll be honest.
Well, I guess just to kind of add to that, like this year alone in particular, right, we had certain campuses that were projected at one point, but they've gone over that number, but we were able to identify those campuses and give the support and extra staff we need. So if we find ourselves in that situation, I mean, we're just gonna do what we did this year, right? And be able to fill those vacancies, give that extra AP or give that counselor because they went over their enrollment projections. That's what we do already,
Correct,
right?
that's,
Okay.
yes, that's fed through HR, yes.
Yeah, this will be, just add in, so the moderate this year does not equal the moderate of last year. A moderate of this year almost equals the reduced of the prior year after the adjustments from PASA. And so let's make sure it's really not apples to apples, even though the terms are the same.
Right.
The years, there's been an adjustment made, so that, let's make sure we're on the same page on that part. The next piece, we talked about a timeline, and we can bring both side by side at January 8th. That's not an issue. We plan on taking it, having the board approve the assumptions on January 22nd. So we have an opportunity to have some further discussion of that on the 8th. The main question, or the main concern, or the main thing that I want to make sure we bring up is, as we talked about, there's really not a timeline. We can change that assumption any time. The timeline, or the thing that can get you, is if we just do the budget, we change it for revenue reduced. That's one thing. The deficit would be more. The question is, if we redo the reduced for the budget, if we also do reduced, use those numbers for staffing, then there is a deadline there, because that changes HR has a deadline for when they determine what the staffing is. And so, as Gina mentioned earlier, if you do that, then the growth decrease doesn't, which is a great scenario, but then that means that we've staffed too low and we're going to make some hires. At that point, you're hiring later in the season. It's not, well, let's rephrase that. There is nothing in this world right now that we're dealing with that's ideal, and this is one of those things, okay?
Is it true?
I mean, we're trying to, multiple variables, a lot of ifs, and so we're trying to say, how do we budget in a manner that is conservative enough, but not too conservative or too tight? And then how do we do it in a manner? I'm typically fine with, hey, ultra conservative if you want on the revenue side, and then spend all you want on the expense side, as long as it doesn't go above that revenue. But the way we are staffed right now and what we're having to deal with, we're not really in that situation to be able to do that, because we're still having to reduce. And if we have to reduce more and then hire people back, if those numbers come, then sometimes you don't have those numbers until, sometimes you get them in spring, sometimes it's not till July or August where you get the student to grow the shit up. So we're trying to walk a fine line, and I guess that's really what I'm trying to say, is we're trying to walk a fine line to be conservative on one side, but not too much, but also not be too high on the revenue, or using too much of growth to where we come in and we have a big drop, kind of like we have had historically in the last couple of years, where we come in and we're 400, 500, 600 students below what we budgeted. So we're trying to walk in the middle somewhere in there. I would love to have that conversation a little more. We can have that graph on the 8th as well, and kind of figure out if there's a place where we feel comfortable enough. And if we need to make that adjustment, we can do that for the 22nd.
No, I appreciate that. Sorry, it took me a second to pull up the big PASA report, and it says the reduced scenario for next year is 40,794, right? So it's really a difference of 198. So it's not
drastic.
It's not drastic
Right.
where it's 2,000. So
Right.
we're good.
Okay.
So we're going to move on now, right? Sorry. And we've talked about this, the open enrollment. I did not include any increase in here for open enrollment. I did not add anything in, because we do need to wait until we get more information. So that is trying to be conservative in that area. So I'm going to move into some of the assumptions that we're looking at. These are pertaining to revenue assumptions. So this year we use 94.125 as our ADA. We are recommending we maintain that. I know that we're doing an attendance initiative, and we have the first and second 6 weeks, and it is higher than it was last year, but not significantly enough to me. Again, this is being more on the conservative side. Also, we see really low ADA in the third 6 weeks and the sixth 6 weeks, and we don't see those yet. And so I don't recommend changing this. So we're recommending keeping it the same. And then, of course, with property values, we are seeing some slow there. So we're moving from 4% to 3%. And honestly, if it comes in higher, all it's going to do is either reduce the recapture it's flat, so it doesn't really have a lot of impact. But we like to put it in here, just talk about it. Yeah. So then we have the property tax collections. Historically, we have collected at 99%. We are recommending we're going to lower that to 98.5 because that's just what's actually happening with all of the protests and the filings that are happening. It is we're realizing closer to 98.5. We're not collecting at 99, so we're going to reduce that. And then right now, with the information that we have, the M&O is looks to be compressed to 0.7539 from 0.7569. Now that's going to change. That is just an estimate based off of the T2 values we've projected right now. We will get CPTD values in, I think, the next week is what I've heard. And then Becky in our office will redo the revenue. She'll redo T2 values. We'll have a better idea of what that's going to look like. We know that the M&O, the compression will change based off of actual information that we're going to receive. So that number, don't expect the number to stay the same, but this is what we have right now and what we know. We aren't recommending that the INS rate increase. We're keeping it at the 0.33. I think Pete wants to say something. I see his hand.
I was just going to say that the M&O number is going to change again on April 30th when we get the preliminary certified numbers. And then I did want to just chime in a little bit. And on the property tax collection, our collections are actually fairly the same, but what they do is when they give refunds, when they give, they offset it to delinquent tax account. We're getting more of those refunds, and so when you add the current year plus the delinquent, we're not getting 99% anymore. We're getting about 98.5. Even though we're collecting the same, we're getting more on the refunds piece, and that's what's that's been the biggest factor of why we had to reduce that percent.
So I have a quick comment here about that recapture amount. So I just wanted to know if I'm looking at this correctly. So you have 11 million in recapture. We talked about 7,700 per student. Is that based on that 94% ADA, or is it based on just the average?
No, it's just the basic allotment times
Okay.
a factor of about 1.25, which
Okay.
is our, you take our WADA, you divide it by our ADA.
Okay, all right, and it turns out to be 7, because I was
It's
just
a little bit-
thinking that it looks like it's about 1,500 students that will wipe out that recapture. Am I looking at it the right way? If we have like an additional 1,500 students, then we get that 11 million in revenue.
You're gonna have to, you're gonna put your math out.
Let me get the fancy handy dandy calculator out here.
14 to 1,500.
So 1,500 times 7,700. Yeah, that approximately that amount. You still have the property growth factor. That might change that a little bit, but yeah, I mean, bulk of your recapture payment would be reduced if you had about 1,500 students growth without losing any other ones.
And then the budget parameter, this year the board approved using a 4.5% budget parameter. We are recommending that go down to 1.5. I think the board's aware, I mean, we dipped into fund balance and we need to make sure that we don't continue to do that. So bringing the budget parameter down assists in making sure that we can make up the difference. Even if we are adopting still a deficit budget, it's a much lower that we will find the savings to make that up.
Can you remind me on the tax rate? At one point, there was a discussion of a disaster penny or something. Is this assuming that? Not? Are y'all
This is
still gonna-
not assuming any disaster pennies. And we may have some of the conversations in January, but we have had discussions and do not believe that the disaster penny is an option for the
Okay.
district.
Keep us on the same page.
Do you want to talk to that any? I don't know if you do.
Yeah, we're still waiting for an attorney general opinion on the disaster pennies and the exact requirements of it. Not so much as of actually using disaster pennies, but the requirements on justifying the monies that come in. Do you have to tie those to exactly the specific number of damage or lack of taxes or that the district incurred? That has never been something that has been very strict, if you want to call it that, and so there is an Attorney General opinion request, and so we'll kind of wait and see what that one goes. And then, since we don't have that, we also don't have the Vader, any Vader revenue used in this estimates at this time either.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what's being included in these discussions or what's not, and is there something coming later? So thank you.
The Vader probably will come up in the January 8th as a lever, potentially, for the board to consider. Whoops, too fast. Okay, and now I'm going to move into the expenditure assumptions that we have here. So for 25-26, we included a little over $770,000 for formula staffing. We don't anticipate right now, especially when you're seeing a decrease in the number of students, that we are going to need any additional staffing. It may change where needed. Maybe it's needed at high school versus elementary or vice versa. But just, we're not putting anything in this at this point because we're not seeing the calculations produce that. Now, HR looks at grade level, and depending on where kids fall, that could change. So we'll definitely update you if it does, but right now I'm not seeing that we would need to add that. Now, open enrollment could change that, so we would follow that. We would follow those students as they come in. Okay, and then this is the piece where I know everybody's going to be not happy. So we did not do an increase this year, an overall pay increase. I know that we had the teacher retention allotment, but you had a lot of staff members that did not get any increase. Based off of where we're at right now on the budget constraints, we have not included a pay increase for 26-27. I did reflect up here for the board that if you wanted to do a 1%, it's about $3.4 million, and this is across the board, so this is not, this is for everybody if we did it. Then if you did a 2%, it is closer to 6.8. So if we wanted to include an increase, then again, we would need to identify additional reductions. We can always change these assumptions, and we've talked about that. So again, as we see things play out, whether or not we get hold harmless or other things, we could add this back in potentially, but at this point, we don't feel like we have the capacity to put the increase in. And so
I have a question. Oh, sorry, Sade. Have we thought about doing like a 1 or 2, what those numbers would be for everybody that did not get, the pass-through? I'm curious what that
amount
1% would look like.
We have talked about that. I don't have that information, but we can definitely gather that and bring that back to the board on January 8th as well. You want that?
I would like administration's recommendation on that, though, because, it seems like we always have this discussion of then we get out of some type of alignment or something else happens, and so then we're doing some kind of catch-up in the next cycle. And the same thing, it doesn't look like you're bringing us any suggestions. So pay increase means it's going to continually hit our budget over time, and so that's also something to consider. You're not also bringing us like a bonus either. So you're not bringing us things for a reason. I just want to make sure I understand admin's thought process in that. I'm fine with what admin is recommending. I just want to make sure I understand what y'all did to get there, and if we're talking to our campuses, and how are we doing in this process, right? Are we including them in that as well?
So from the budget perspective, being conservative is why we didn't put it in, knowing that that can be considered later if things look differently as we move through the process and as all these other triggers are considering then putting these things back in as we look at that. And again, it is something that we could talk about, but we would need to you're going to then have to reduce more staff. So it's kind of
one or the other. And then I'd like to know, as admin goes, how are you making the selections on what you're bringing back to us? So, sure, I'd love to know what it would be like to do a pay increase. I'd love to know what's going to happen if we could do healthcare. How do we improve healthcare? I'm going to always want to see that in there. And it just seems like we're making such hard discussions that I don't see the benefit in the request and y'all are looking at the budget and y'all are seeing these are where the limits are and we have these limits. So it's just important for me to understand why these limits are here, and if we ask or request for something else, what's the trade-off we're making in that? Because it's going to get even more tight.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to, we can break down the percents for raises in couple different scenarios and have that discussion in January 8th. Probably going forward, I would recommend, and may change on the 8th discussion, but I'd rather start with more conservative and keep it at 0. We don't typically do compensation until April.
That's what we do.
Again, I'm not holding my breath, but we will have final values and TA will have our final values, and they'll run those numbers in the first week in February. We'll be able to run we'll have those numbers next week. Should get them on the 18th, 17th, 18th. We will run those numbers in the template. I will know fairly certain if that 10.5 million is still considered out there, what that number is, if it's new, and then we can, once I know that number and I know that it's gonna match what TA is gonna run the first week in February, we can begin to have those, revamp that process to get with our legislatures, to get with the other 9 districts besides ourselves that are on the hold harmless piece. Because once that's what Commissioner's waiting for, is to run those numbers. Because right now everybody's using a forecast, everybody's using a projection. He wanted to wait until we got final property values numbers. So we'll have those numbers. We'll have them next week. TA will run the first week in February. Then we will be able to say, and I'll know in advance, in the other 9 districts we can say, no, this is what I've lost. And so hopefully if we do get any hold harmless, so we do get a ruling by the commissioner, then we will know that. And then I would hopefully spring break, March. I mean, I hope it's not anything later than that, especially if they know when it first work in February, and we're only talking 10 districts. Right. Then we'll be able to come back. We'll have further along in our budget process that chiefs are working on with cabinet and the rest of the district on changing staffing, looking at ways to reduce budgets and reduce costs, and to find ways to do that. We'll have a better idea where that piece is at, and then we'll know if we get any hold harmless piece. We'll have some potential estimates of numbers. We'll have the applications of the open enrollment. We can have that discussion in April. Worst case, we have it in May. I'd rather have it later, but have more concrete numbers. I mean, I'd love to give a raise. Don't get me wrong, I want to. But I'm just saying that we may have to wait a little bit longer than normal just because of the situation that we're at. And we have a lot of moving parts. We got a lot of variables right now. This isn't, this is the, you got, 900 parts moving at one different times, and you're waiting on TA on one thing over here, and we're trying to meet with staff over here to figure out this way, and you got work on this program, and we're talking about that program, or we are juggling quite a bit. And as crazy as it seems, I don't want anyone to listen or that just hears me what I'm saying is to say that we're complaining about it. We're not. We're just, there's certain things that are going to have to be done maybe a little bit later than in prior years, and then maybe have to do things a little quicker. Sometimes just later, but that's what we're dealing with right now, and we'll do great at it. We just got a lot right there, and we don't want to get one thing in front of the other. We have to be very systematic and have this logistic flow here. So if we get one thing, and it's just easier to add than subtract, I guess is what I'm trying to say in a really long way of just saying that.
In a Pete kind of way.
In a Pete kind of way, yeah.
So I did speak with Representative Busey earlier this week, and he did say he had some good conversations. He was all excited, and I'm like, I'm not going to be excited until I see that money, so don't call me again. But my question is, so last year when we went through this process, right, one, I want to thank y'all for doing this a lot clearer and earlier. This is great. We did listening sessions with staff, and I started, I don't know about other board members, but I got a lot of questions recently. Where is our holiday bonus? Where is our retention bonus? And I think it's really important. I'm just going to throw it out there. I'd like to see administration really go and do those listening sessions with staff again, because I understand the position we're at. We're not going to be able to give an overall pay increase, but that is going to affect our recruiting and being able to retain our staff members. And so I'm just, when y'all go to those listening sessions, I would really, just wondering if y'all can just kind of, explain in basic terms our position, but also, like what you just said here, and just get feedback. That's what I would like to see. I'm not asking for, answers by January, but when we do have to come in April, when we usually make that compensation, I'm just curious, like if we have to make some tough decisions in order to retain staff and give them what they need, because we didn't give a raise last year. And the year before was, 1%. I don't want us to get out of whack, and then we're going back to this TASB study, and we're losing amazing staff, and then we're going to spend more money training new teachers. So that's just my request, is doing those listening sessions. Y'all did a really great job last year of giving space and just really giving us that feedback, because if we have to make a hard decision and go down that road so we can retain our staff, then I'm willing to have that conversation.
And how do y'all balance, like, that is a good conversation. We do want their feedback. How do you balance, like, we've heard before, like, we gave them a raise, like in 2015 when I was on the board, and then their health insurance premiums increased, and so then the raise was a and so there's a lot of factors in here. So when you do the listening session, I mean, we just need to, then there was a discussion of, oh, y'all gave me a raise, but you increased the number of kiddos in my classroom. Like, there's just, and I think there's a lot of, I don't know if we call them trade-offs, but ways we have to balance are the levers, and there's a lot of pieces as it's getting more constrained. I know we're still going to talk about enrollment and how to bring that enrollment in here, and I love it, and we need that. But this discussion, when you're going to talk to staff, I'd like to make sure we have that context too, because we'll end up talking about all the different pieces, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, so we have the teacher retention allotment. I'm going to touch on that for a second. So we have about 12.3 estimated this year that for the teacher retention allotment. Next year, it increases to about 13 million, which is a $700,000 increase. Again, that's a pass-through, but it's important that this is in here because, again, the TRS contributions, we will be impacted by that, and so we will need to build that cost in, or we're building that in, so that's why I put that in here. Then the TASB study, you talked about that earlier. We had $3.5 million this year for the TASB study. We have a holding place kind of with the $1 million. There were some stipend increases that came in really late last year. We were not able to accommodate that. It was quite close to the end of finalizing the budget. So, and then we don't know what other recommendations there might be. So we did put in $1 million. It doesn't mean that we have to spend all the $1 million. If they don't come back with that, then you'll see that number decrease. Okay, and on this side, the two top items are, the Early Childhood Center, ECC, we're opening that up. So this year we had like $150,000 in the budget. That's for beginning salaries for a principal and admin. And then building it out, like opening the campus is the 1.1. So getting principals, your AP, other positions that are necessary at this campus, that is the cost of that. I will say, I know that this is going to be reviewed, especially since we've been going through the staffing guidelines. I suspect they're going to want to take another look at this and make sure that it aligns with everything they've been talking about. And that hasn't happened yet. So this could come down because it hasn't been vetted again this year. And then same thing with the police department. We've been working with them, and I know that the 1.6, we do think that that is going to be reduced, but we don't have a final number, and I didn't want to bring it down and then take it back up. So I'm waiting for that to be finalized just to make sure we have everything captured that we need, and making sure we're meeting the needs and requirements that the state has, but also maybe pushing some of those things that we don't have to have down a little bit to give some capacity in the budget. I do expect that to come down, and I'm hoping to have that by January, trying to finalize that the next week or so. And then we always budget. We've been budgeting for several years at the 98% for payroll. We have vacancies. We have people who move. We don't hire right away. So that's what that's for. And I'm very comfortable with the 98%. That's pretty conservative. I feel sure that we will make up that percentage. And then we are maintaining the healthcare contribution at this point. It's staying. This year we increased it to the $510 per employee per month. That was about $2.5 million, and we're maintaining that increase for next year. Right now, that is, we don't have an increase in that in here right now. So again, to all of your questions about concerns, and I understand that. And this is okay with the clinic, that this keeps all of that where we need to be. And Pete, thank you. I mean, you and your team, I guess, help bring that to the district. And I think maybe you saw the writing on the wall about trying to make sure we provide health care. That includes that in here, right?
Well, first and foremost, I think HR gets most of the credit for.
Well, then thank you, HR.
I don't want to. I mean, I'll take it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't really think it's appropriate that I would do that. So, but we did have conversations. I was with part of those conversations with MMA earlier, 2 years ago, saying this is not sustainable. But the rest of it was on HR's.
It's a teamwork.
It's a teamwork.
Thank you, Pete.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right? So we're good. So, but yeah, no, it was a team. So we have We are continually working. We will, MMA is going to bring back, they're working with all the vendors, Blue Cross Blue Shield, everybody else. They're looking at revamping the whole healthcare plans, which would be effective January of 2027. So we are looking at, but we don't expect to have anything really until April or May on that. We shouldn't really affect our budget per se on this year because we're going to keep the 510 per month, but there are some conversations, just to give you a heads up, that we are looking at how do we have better plans, how do we utilize better plans, how do we utilize the clinic, as one of an option and to really maximize those savings. So there are a lot of conversations that really aren't in this presentation per se, but are happening behind the scenes.
I don't need all the answers, just want to make sure I know what's in here.
Yeah.
Good. And then just moving forward, so we did not include any increase for inflation. So again, going back, just reminding you, it compounds the issue when we're, centrally the departments are trying to cut 3%, but contracts are increasing, and so that causes them to even really actually reduce more. So I think it's important to point that out. We do plan on maintaining the campus per student operating allocations. Obviously, because of inflation, we don't want to make any reductions in that area that might hurt campuses, so we will maintain that. And then also, on the horizon, I don't even want to think about it, but monitoring federal funds, because we know the discussions, and we are monitoring that. We're talking with those teams and making sure that we're looking ahead and so if we need to pivot, then we're going to have to do so. So, yeah, it is on our mind for sure. This projection was brought to the board back in October, so this hasn't changed any. And because there's nothing that's really changed. We had updated information from PASA, the enrollment, and so the 12.7 million continues to be that deficit over the 1.5% parameter.
Minus the enrollment threshold that we just adopted, right? I just want to make sure I know what's in these numbers. Does this include the enrollment thresholds?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that's
that will
not in
decrease that, but that's not reflected.
So this isn't really new. It's just basically so that you have a reminder of what we talked about. And so next steps. We will again have CPTD by the end of this week. That's going to allow us to look at T2 values and those to be updated. And so we can bring you some much more solid information in January as far as this year's budget and where we are from budget to actuals. So we'll have that for you. It also will feed into 26-27, the T2 values there and how that impacts the revenue. So again, an early forecast showing that we're exceeding the 1.5% parameter by 12.8 million. We will be asking the board again to approve assumptions at that second meeting in January. We'll bring back some additional information on January 8th so that you can feel confident. And again, we can change the assumptions anytime. We can update those. So it's not like they're set in stone once you approve them. It's just allowing us to build a budget based off of things that you agree to, that you're okay with at that point in time. So we will do an updated multi-year because we'll have the student grade level projections. We'll be looking at that. And the updated staffing guidelines, we'll be looking at that. And so and if any reductions have been finalized, we'll incorporate that. So we'll start kind of fine tuning a budget and bringing that to you as we get more information. And as Pete said, TEA decision regarding hold harmless, we're hoping to have something in February or March. We won't hold your breath, but we're hoping February would be great. March would be okay.
I'm noticing in all these conversations, we don't have any of the discussions on the funding that TEA has. And I understand their funding comes with strings and restrictions, but at this point, I really want to know what those opportunities look like. And if there's a reason admin doesn't want to go with them, that's fine. Then I just want to know there's definite a not, or are they something you're pursuing? Because TIA and ADSE both seem to be that they're trying to have more ability that we could go with. HQIM, it's what it is, but there's these funding opportunities that I want to know as a board, can we say admins looked into it and they're saying, this doesn't work for our system, or are y'all starting to pursue it? Because I know there was at one point discussion on ATSE.
Definitely looking into all of the avenues that you're talking about. Chris reached out about the ADSE, and right now that's not an option for our district because of the calendar. We would have to change the calendar to have more days in order to qualify for that funding. Or you can correct me, do you want to add to that, Dr. Clark?
I don't know that I can correct you. I thought there was some flexibility, even if we did it at some specific campuses. I could be wrong on that. We are looking into that still, though. It may just take a little while before we're able to
Just if we can
do
get
it.
an update from a board memo's fine to say, we are looking at this and here's why we're still pursuing, or here's why we're not. I'm just curious, so.
We're still trying to make sure we're 100% clarify on the days of instruction. I think it says you have to have 175 or 180, and we had
180,
a
yeah.
few days less than that. And my understanding was you just wouldn't get funded for the first few days till you
Yeah.
get to that amount, and then I think that may have changed recently, so we want to,
I
you
didn't
have
know
to
that.
get to the 180.
Yes,
You have to have certain days in your calendar, not,
in the calendar.
you can't just say, I'm not going to get paid for 2 days and
Right.
didn't get paid. So that's what we want to verify, and if that's the case, and then that you have to change your whole calendar to even be eligible, and that's a different conversation. So we're looking, we're very.
In terms of TIA, and that is something that I think we're exploring more. HQIM, did you mention? That does give us access to millions of dollars for instructional resources. So those are things that we're looking into. But I also want to point out on those that some of the product that is being provided is not, people know about Bluebonnet and they don't like it, but there are other products that are good. We're piloting a few of them now and it's going well. So
There are other products, so thank you, Chris, because I think that's important to know just what their access is. And so the access, what we thought about a few months ago, we might have been like, no way.
Right.
So just to keep us
Year one
updated.
was not a great list. Year two is much, much better. Because a lot of the good publishers waited to see what's this process going to be like. Now a lot more of them are throwing their name in the hat. And so we're piloting something in elementary with math and phonics. And so both of them are going very well. I'm looking to Lauren Meeks, but feedback on them is great so far. So we'll see how it next steps.
Thank you. And I know, like, CT, Dustin over there, he's working on bringing in this revenue, and I love that. Yeah, bringing in that's great. There's also significant funding here if it works. If not, then of course not. But I just think I'd love to just get an update.
Okay, and we are actually at the end of the road. I've already talked about what we're doing in January. I know you're all excited about that, but happy to answer any other questions that you do have.
I think this is more for Jeremy. Every time I see anything about utilities, electricity going up, and then that question comes back again, is at what point do we think that it might be a time to really start looking at solar in some instance? And so that's just.
It's a great thought because there's only so many things you can do to mitigate utility costs. And I mean, that's why our energy management program and department is so focused on decreasing the amount of consumption to offset the increase in utility rates. But solar is an opportunity, it is an option, and so that can be considered within the CFAC and that process over the spring for consideration. And obviously, some regions of our district, it may benefit more than others just because of incentive programs. Let's say with the Austin Energy and City of Austin, that there may be greater opportunity there. So it's something we can explore. Obviously, we've been making improvements on lighting from an LED standpoint. So there's incremental improvements, but for the most part, it's cost avoidance, not necessarily savings. You're just avoiding that increase in cost from a utility standpoint. But solar is something that we can explore.
All right, board members, any other questions? Well, if you have them, you need to bring them to January 8th for the board workshop. I just want to say thank y'all again for doing this process. This is what the board had asked for, to be informed throughout the year, so we're not just surprised. And so I just really appreciate y'all being very intentional and thoughtful about this process. I thank you so much. All right, board members, we're going to just take a 6-minute break because we have a really, really long agenda item coming up. And yeah, 6 minutes. It is 12:04 a.m. and we will now head to discussion of long-range planning, key considerations for strategic direction. Go for it, Jeremy.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. We're here to talk about a pretty important subject, and it may be a long subject. I know we want to have a lot of dialogue around this, and so again, I do appreciate your patience as we did finalize this presentation a little bit earlier yesterday, actually, as it's 12:05 right now. But a lot of work had to be done, so I appreciate the administrative team and getting all the data out in front of you so we can have this conversation. But again, we're looking at key considerations for strategic direction when it comes to long-range planning. And we've been working through a resolution over the last couple of months, and within that resolution is tied to a timeline. And this just is a reminder of where we are with our resolution work. We looked at the staffing guidelines tonight. You did approve thresholds, and again, we're going to continue down this timeline. And then we look at just year at a glance and budget. I know Gina and Pete provided some of the context here, but I wanted you to understand how it's all tied to this presentation. Long-range planning and budget are separate, but also they're tied together and when we look to make decisions in the future. I wanted to cover something real quick, and that's closing the gap. Obviously, some of those watching from afar may have observed since October 9th that there's been somewhat of a gap. And for analogy purposes, I tie this to, if you're familiar with the ellipses. Ellipses are the three dots that just sit at the end of a sentence. The analogy is with a text message. If you're having a conversation engaged with someone over a text message and you see those three dots, you just wait. And you're thinking that there's a thought that's about to come your way. The disappointing part sometimes is when those dots go away and there is no response and there is no communication. And so while it's not just this gap that we've experienced since October 9th, it's a purposeful pause in the process that board and administration were going through. Within that pause, there's a resolution that was adopted that we've been working through, but also allowed updated enrollment and facility data. We got the PASA data, and we've been able to implement that into this presentation, and also associated cost models with that as well. So that's kind of what happened during that pause and why we're re-engaging now, and tonight is that next step in completing that thought. So why are the decisions critical? You just got a budget assumption update, but also we've seen this line graph before. And you see that line starts going south pretty quick. And you can see there's some critical intersections in there that we can't avoid and we must address. And across many, many different levers, conversations that we're going to have tonight, but also on January 8th when it comes to budget. We're working with just south of a $12.8 million deficit above 1.5% threshold. And one way that we want to look at both enrollment but also budget are those thresholds. This is the same slide you saw before as you approved those thresholds. Those tie to long-range planning and enrollment. You've seen this slide that we've shared, I think, a couple of meetings prior to, and this is just where we are as of the 10/31 PEAM submission on enrollment for this current year. What I want to do is really focus on those campuses that are currently falling below that second threshold, that 400 mark. And right now on this first slide, we have Fabian Elementary, and then we do have River Ridge and Steiner Elementaries. And if you recall, those elementaries were part of that framework that we worked through in the spring and considerations in May. I do want to draw our attention to Cypress is not on this within this presentation as they fall above that threshold. But when we concentrate on these three campuses, it brings back potential campus consolidation scenarios. And so when we look at from a Fabian standpoint, still being below that second threshold, some of these slides you're going to see should be somewhat familiar, at least the structure and the framework within them. And so you'll see Fabian and Westside, those two communities joining. What this allows for is a repurposing of Fabian Elementary, and that could become New Hope High School. As we know, New Hope High School, that program is just waiting to expand and thrive even beyond what they are right now. And a scenario like this would provide a space in which they could do that, just one solution for them. And then we break it down to, let's look at both campuses by grade level projection for next year, okay? And so you have this graph is by grade level, Fabian on the top, and then Westside. And so if we break those down, what would happen if we combine both of those campuses? And then what you're going to see is you realize some efficiencies. I'm going to draw your attention to second grade, which when you take the enrollment divided across two campuses, you have 6 sections of second grade. When you combine those numbers, it actually breaks out to 5 sections. And so there's a realized savings of 1 section. Also in 5th grade, it's the same type of scenario. So when we look at a combined campus, there is an increase in efficiency by 2 FTEs. And again, this is based on the latest grade level projection for next year from PASA. I want to also direct your attention to the bottom left corner. Early on in spring, we talked about pre-K. Pre-K would possibly be moved to Deer Creek. We want to possibly open that up a little bit because there could be potentially an alternative for pre-K to go to a different location. So I want to open that up a little bit. But right now, we're just looking at what would happen with our K through 5 students combining Fabian and Westside. So then we take that data and we look at what 26-27 will look like combined, again, without pre-K at 658 students. That's 78% of the capacity at Westside Elementary within that campus. And then you have the subsequent years out, 27-28, 28-29, all the way through 31-32. So you'll see that there are some still further declines. The one important piece is at the very bottom, you see those footnotes. Those outlying years from 27-28 on are based on PASA's projected enrollment projections. Remember, next year has transfers and everything else. When we look at projection, that's based on resident students. And so there could be some variations there, but what this is intended to show is within those joined communities, it could be sustained within Westside Elementary. And then we look at bus routes. We revisited this scenario as well, looking at a net increase of 1 bus, which equates to about $50,000. There's some efficiencies we can provide, but again, given the geographic location, 1 bus would need to be added. So this breaks everything down that you saw in the previous slides. It breaks it down by your staffing efficiencies. That's those 2 FTEs. But then also there's other staffing because you no longer need 2 of everything because you wouldn't be operating 2 campuses. So you have the non-classroom teaching positions, about 6.5. Those are like your PE, your performing arts. You don't need 2 of those at the next campus. And then you have staffing non-teaching positions of 11. That's principal, assistant principal, et cetera. And in that bus route. So overall, you're netting out about 18.5 positions, and that equates to approximately $1,263,000 in net savings if you consolidated Fabian Elementary with Westside Elementary. So that's one scenario. Put a pin in that, and we can come back to it. Now, the next potential scenario, given that both River Ridge and Steiner Ranch are underneath that 400 threshold. So when considering this scenario, bringing back what was considered in May, at that time, Steiner Ranch Elementary could be repurposed to host early learning or some other innovative programs with options for partnership through appropriate procurement methods. One thing to understand is when we were visiting this scenario in May, there was a projection for tuition-based pre-K legislation in June, kind of changed the trajectory of that, in which we would have to have a partnership with a private pre-K provider. And so this gives some flexibility there that could still be pursued. That would require an RFP, request for proposals, in order to move through that, working through procurement. But I did want to identify some of those circumstances did change just a little bit. Now, you got a lot of numbers on here. Why? Because there's 3 campuses that are kind of in play with this scenario. So this is the projected enrollment if grade level enrollment if all 3 campuses were to open their doors for next school year. So again, this breaks it down. And then once you see all of those campuses totaled, so 42 pre-Kers, 172 kindergartners, and 189 first graders. Remember that. That's why it's highlighted in orange with the arrow, because we're going to take that line and we're going to start with that at the top. Those are your totals. What then has to happen is Steiner Ranch would be potentially distributed to Bush and to River Ridge proportionately. And so this is a breakdown from a grade level perspective for that split. And what I will draw your attention to, there's a lot of numbers here, but there are some efficiencies that are realized, primarily in first grade, 1 FTE, and then 2 FTEs could be realized in 5th grade. So for a total of 3 FTEs for this scenario, joining Steiner Ranch with both Bush Elementary and River Ridge. So this is concentrated on that move from Steiner Ranch to Laura Bush, and you'll see focus on the 26-27 school year. That would put an approximate enrollment at Laura Bush of 639 students. That is with pre-K. Bush would still be the pre-K community for that area. And you can see that that's sustained. It literally hardly moves. It's pretty flat across the board. And then we move to Steiner Ranch portion, moving to River Ridge. This is the rest of Steiner Ranch community. And 26-27, that would put enrollment around 564 students at River Ridge, about 67%. And you'll see just some slight declines, and that is really related to the River Ridge area declining in enrollment, and we saw that through the PASA report. So we look at bus routes again, and looking at everything, it's going to net out an additional bus based on proximities at about 50,000, and this is your breakdown. We call the 3 staffing, the classroom teacher positions, and netting out a change of approximately 19 FTEs for potential savings of $1,298,200. So you'll see both of them are within between $1.2 and $1.3 million in projected savings with these scenarios. So now we talked about thresholds. There is potential savings there in applying the thresholds across the campuses that are below that 500. And so what that equates to, I want to break each one of these down. That equates to approximately $2 million in savings. That's your foundation. Those are going to be applied for 26-27, and we just approved the thresholds. So there's $2 million right there. And then if we want to look at let's look at Fabian and Westside, that first scenario. What would that look like? You remember, it's just over $1.2 million in savings from that scenario. But let's remember that if we did that, that would take Westside now off the list. And so then that reduces the number of campuses that you would have to apply the threshold to. So that's an additional $800,000 in savings. So if you took both of those, you're at 2.8. So it's not the 1.2 because we're not able to apply some of the staffing guidelines. We reduced the number of campuses that would be the thresholds would be applied to. So that's why it's not realizing the entire 1.2. And then Fabian and Westside plus Steiner Ranch, the Steiner Ranch would add an additional $700,000 in savings. So you can see the incremental steps here, starting with $2 million and then going to 2.8 and then 3.5 ultimately.
So the other slides where you showed us the numbers, that was just old. Don't put that away. That's not what we're saving. This is what we're going to save.
Yep, because we have the thresholds. Yeah, so we don't want to. If we take them individually, you may see that, but we're applying the threshold, so it adjusts. Yep. So breaking this down even further, widening the lens here. This is that $12.8 million deficit over the 1.5% threshold that Gina and Pete were just describing. What does it look like with these scenarios in mitigating that deficit? You'll see the $2 million and an incremental 800 and 700. That leaves an additional $9.3 million in budget reduction levers that are still left to review, in that January timeframe. So we have to put everything into perspective and not look at it individually in a silo. We have to look at the big picture, and this is how we wanted to graphically represent that. And hopefully it clears up some of the questions about even what's next and what needs to be considered around these scenarios. So that's the scenarios, but there's also what if. Like, what if a decision was made to move forward with either one of these scenarios? There's implementation milestones that have to happen if you did a consolidation. So we broke it into Fabian to West Side, but then Steiner Ranch to River Ridge and Bush because they're different. So if we look at Fabian in and of itself, if a board decision is made in December, things have to happen pretty quickly. There's a compressed timeline, and really that first step is what do the attendance boundaries look like? We have to go through that process, and there's several weeks involved in that. This walks you through that by the time you have your teachers hired, you're almost into April. And the sweet spot for hiring is really in that March timeframe. So you can kind of see the bookends and the compressed timeline we're working with. And then we look at, it needs to be something. Fabian would need to be something. And so building the program, if it was to be New Hope, we need to build the program with that staff in order to be able to design whatever it was going to be. We couldn't just move New Hope into Fabian and say, let's go, because it's just a different campus. It's currently an elementary campus. And so some design would have to be put forward in front of that program, New Hope High School. And so this is laid out we have a few months for building that program, and then we go through design, and then we have the actual renovation. And so you can see that this one potentially could make in August 2027 open for any renovation and construction, given the timelines we have. It'll be incredibly tight to get everything done within the springtime. And so this is just one of those scenarios. Steiner Ranch would be different. And one of the differences is when we look at the attendance boundary and those adjustments, it's more complicated because we're taking an entire community and we have 3 campuses going down to 2. We're going to have to work through that. It's going to take longer than it would take to do the Fabian to West Side scenario. So now we've extended that timeline, and what has to happen after zoning, then we have to get new grade level projections based on that zoning, and then we have to have our priority placement process, and then the staffing. So you can see where that lays out that you're in May by the time you're done with that. And then from a facility standpoint, there's much more runway needed to try to figure out what that building could be, and engaging with community, et cetera. And so that would take us to May, and then we have design and permitting. You'll see this is much longer than Fabian because this is in the city of Austin, and when it takes over 365 days to get permits for artificial turf conversion, we know what renovations may entail, and so we wanted to be very transparent in what could happen within this proposed project. And the campus renovation would take several months. So you're really kind of in the December of 2027, and so if you wanted to move students in, you would be like a mid-year move. That's the one piece that I want to make sure that everyone understands. This takes you beyond the August 2027, just based on what steps need to be made and the time associated with those steps. So that's why I want to highlight the two differences here. Okay, we talked about supports as well. Like, what does it look like? We have an implementation timeline, but what does implementation look like? What does it mean? So leading any type of implementation when it comes to consolidation is a district transition team. The district transition team champions that entire process, but they're not they wouldn't be the only ones. You'd have a campus transition teams that are boots on the ground with our campuses. We also have our legacy committees if with the campuses that would be vacated, and then also a lot of staff support in place. And I don't want to spend a lot of time, there's a lot of content in these slides, but we wanted to be able to elaborate as much as possible on what kind of supports are there, because we narrowed it down to people, community, program, operations, and transition continuity. We are in the people business, and this is one of the most important and most critical pieces are these first two, people and community. The goal around just people when it comes to students and families and staff is making sure that they're okay and that they're going to continue to be successful in whatever they do. And so when it comes to students, making sure that we have that academic continuity from one campus to the next, counseling is absolutely critical, and just make sure that we make those connections between students. From a family standpoint, families need information in order to understand exactly what a transition is going to look like so they can support their children and their students, be able to provide them the resources and the support lines they need. And then lastly, but not least, is just the staff. The staff know these children the best, but we also want to make sure that they understand what's entailed with a potential transition, and make sure with any reassignments that we have the support from a human resources standpoint, and that we make sure that we coach them along the way. The student support, student experience. Remember, student experience was one of those commitments. Staff experience was one of those commitments. But we want to make sure that we do support our students, and that their experience, once they experience a range of emotions, that we make sure that we have our counseling services ready and able to support those students and those families. And the transition teams are kind of a connection from a campus to our families, and all the way up to the district transition team. But this is really just meeting the families and making sure our PTAs are established and connecting with those families. What I want to put here is that the supports will be in place in order for any type of transition to be successful, to make sure that we meet the families where they are. Counseling services, engagement activities, they are going to be incredibly important if a transition is needed, and make sure they have the resources. So from a staffing standpoint, our role is to engage with those staff if a decision was made to consolidate. We'll make sure they understand what the HR process is for any reassignments, and make sure that their priority placements are heard, and we understand their need. Community is all about communication, because they're not stepping on the campuses every day, and they're not watching all these board meetings. And so the outreach to our community is important, to make sure we have feedback channels in and out, and make sure that we celebrate milestones along the way, and so they do feel engaged. Provide early, consistent, and plain language updates. That's important, because we need to make sure they understand exactly what's going on. And you'll look through virtual and in-person learning sessions for our communities, and make sure that we honor what could be lost through celebrations along the way. That's where those legacy committees come into place, and understand that all of our campuses have a history and traditions, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge and honor those along the way. From programs and enrollment, make sure that our enrollment transition support, make sure we streamline registration, because that can be confusing in any type of transition like this. make sure our programs stay aligned and in place along the way, and then counseling, one-on-one guidance to address curriculum schedules and course alignment, and lastly, just monitoring the outcomes. How do we monitor the impact of any decision to make a transition? From an operations standpoint, the transportation we've already seen, that's an important piece. A lot of times we make these transitions, community and parents want to make sure that we have the safety and security supports in place as well. And then lastly, transition continuity. Our transition teams make sure that we're aligning schedules and programs and resources to create that cohesive environment and monitoring, adjusting along the way. This would be a first time for us. Every district goes through that. This is their first time, and we want to make sure that we're monitoring and adjusting through a process, and then make sure if there are any celebrations along the way that we bring that to the forefront. So looking at next steps. So December 17th, there is a special board meeting to consider potential paths for facility optimization, financial sustainability. So there's scenarios on the table, and scenario A is just implementing the low enrollment staffing model. There is no vote associated with that. You already voted on the thresholds, so you don't have to vote on the staffing guidelines. But then also scenario B, which is consolidate Fabian, and then scenario C, consolidate Steiner Ranch. So you can consider all, combination, or none of these as a board. But we want to put that in front of you, potentially forward next week on the 17th. And then lastly, this is just the same timeline that we showed before. Okay, so I made it to the discussion part, so I'm here to answer your questions.
All right,
Appreciate
board
your patience.
members, we're going to share the mic. So Paul, you can kick us off, but it's one question, and we're going to keep going because this is a lengthy topic.
Yeah, I got a real basic question. So Fabian transitioned to something, Steiner Ranch Elementary transitioned to something. I didn't see any cost. If New Hope is really going to move into Fabian and it's going to get bigger than ever, what's the actual cost that we're moving that into? And for Steiner Ranch, if it's really going to move into an early learning or innovative solution, what is that cost for? Because then we'd have to staff it. You're talking about stuff that once you move those schools and those kids, all of a sudden now you have such a big transition. So where's the cost?
Yeah, so the model tied to exactly what it would be, we don't know exactly what it would be. So I'm saying from a New Hope standpoint, I do want everyone to understand that any renovation that happened to any of these facilities is included in the 2023 bond, right? So the renovation costs are covered by 2023 bond purchasing dollars. Now, we do get funding for students as well that are tied to staffing that will be associated with this. And so there is not necessarily a model for the actual program in full expansion. We can build that for you. We don't have it included here. And then from a pre-K situation, it all depends. Because if we move forward with a partnership circumstance, then that would have to be put into an RFP process to try to cover those incurred costs. But those cost models, based on what it could be, can still be generated over the springtime as we explore what those buildings would ultimately be.
Okay, Trish.
So slide 18, Fabian to West Side discussion. So can you just help me understand, build that out just a touch more on like when we did the decision, how admin chose West Side, how the admin will choose which type of leadership, and is the thing that y'all talked about before, the changing names, like y'all talked, I just want to understand, like, just build this out for me, 18, what does that mean or look like?
Yeah, so, and this is again going to take us back to the springtime, and when we look from a Fabian to West Side, kind of joining those two communities. One thing to understand is currently there's about 10% of Fabian resident students that attend West Side's close proximity. West Side is below that 500 threshold, so you look at from a capacity standpoint, it can accommodate it. So that's one thing to consider. And also when we look at from a staffing standpoint, so there are priority placement guidelines that will be in place in order to look at who goes. But one thing I want to point your attention to from a teacher standpoint is that it's 2 FTEs. It's 2 FTEs difference there. The main impact is from your administration, things like that. But every year we have attrition. We have opportunities across our district. And so we are confident through that process and through our priority placement that there would be a place for every single employee that's involved between those two campuses. And so we go through that process post any decision for consolidation. Then we just engage in the processes that we have in place.
My question is, well, kind of along those lines regarding Fabian to West Side. I know that some of the input that we got from the community included potential or suggestion to have some of them go to Reed based on the middle school. And also we heard from the dual language pre-K saying that they should go to Reed as well. So would that be information that you will provide to us, that particular, and that way we can see exactly the impact to Reed?
So I think one thing to understand is that post any decision, through the attendance boundary adjustment process and looking at different scenarios, whether would Reed be the solution? Could they potentially go to another adjacent campus, right? We have other campuses beside Reed there, just from a non-dual language perspective. And so that would come out of the zoning potentially to say, to align feeder patterns, right? So from like a Henry Middle School feeder pattern. And so that would come out of that process.
So you're saying that it's not part of the decision as to whether this change should be made regarding Fabian, but it's if a decision is made regarding Fabian, then the details about the distribution of the students will come afterwards. Is that how I understand it?
So the alignment from an attendance boundaries perspective is very similar even to the Steiner Ranch scenario, is if a decision is made to consolidate Fabian Elementary, to simplify it as much as possible, right, to take that community, move them to West Side. Just understand there's Fabian students right now that transfer to multiple campuses, right? And so through the attendance boundary process, that's where you can kind of align some efficiencies, because you could actually utilize it and look at some other campuses that are now on the list. But from a scenario standpoint, it was built upon Fabian going to West Side, but I do believe there's some opportunities that may come out of some of the exercises that we would run as part of a post-consolidation process.
I wanted a little clarification. So slide 34, in the Steiner Ranch scenario, we would explore the utilization of the vacated campus until May of 2026, and then essentially go through permitting, campus renovations, and since move-in, I just want to clarify, you mentioned move-in wouldn't happen until December 2027, so it really wouldn't come online until 2028.
It depends on the use. Sometimes you may have a use that could come online mid-year, right? And it kind of depends on what it is, but there could be an opportunity just to move in mid-year. That's always an option.
Okay. Could permitting, can that begin while the campus is occupied? The permitting could, if we were to determine utilization option earlier, then we could move the permitting.
Yeah, as soon as you have a built program, just understand that design and permitting you can't do them simultaneously, right, for the most part. And so you'd have to design it, and then the permitting happens after that. But you can't design it until you know exactly what you're designing. So building out that program on what that use could be. That's why it's extended so much.
So slide 39, we hear a lot of conversations with this consolidation in regards to special education and what that transition looks like. I get it, I go to zone school because, my kids have the relationship with their SPED, teachers. Can you all kind of talk about that process, what that looks like for that family, what kind of support they're going to get? Just, whenever you transfer campus, you have to have an ARD. Like, can you help me explain some of that and what supports we're going to have in place for those students in particular when they make that transition?
Yeah, so I think it's important to remember that regardless of the reason why, when a student who is served from an individualized education plan, that IEP goes with them. So those accommodations, anything that is in that's a legally binding document. So the receiving school is required to meet all of those, everything that is within it. One, I would say, I don't know if advantage is the right word, but we do occasionally move as enrollment of students served through very specialized programs. As it changes, we have moved programs, and so it's often you're almost picking up the entire program, teachers, assistants, materials, all the stuff, and it goes to the new campus, and it's just replicated there. So I would imagine that something very, very similar would happen. There's some overlap in programs that are offered at these campuses, so it won't be a totally new program that the new campus where the program would be moved to has no idea, like, this is totally new, we have to learn. So there's all of those supports. It's almost thinking through a transition process similar, like you're saying, to when a student moves from 5th to 6th grade or 8th to 9th grade, thinking all those things through as well. So there are added layers, I would say, of support for students there.
But what is not going to happen, right, is support will not be taken away because they're going to a new campus, because that IEP is a legally binding document, and they are entitled to those services.
Absolutely. Any changes to that document would have to be done through an ARD committee decision and a meeting. Yeah.
Related to that, I'm looking at this, and this applies, I guess, to special education teachers as well, that it looks like classroom teachers and probably special education teachers would actually go with the children to the new campuses. Is that correct?
Yes. So with general education, you're combining, like there were a couple that in one of the schools that because you're combining classes, the ratios will work out differently, so you don't need as many teachers. But for special ed students, particularly those served through a very specialized program, it's a totally different process. Our special ed department has it's the most amazing process I've ever seen, quite honestly, the way they consider the needs of students to determine staffing. It's not a simple 5 students equals 1.
Right.
So they would go together unless the teacher were to maybe leave or something like that.
Right.
But, yeah.
Because that's what I'm thinking about, like how it can take, a very long time to develop that relationship with a child. And then when you find a teacher who gets your kid, the thought of having to separate from them is pretty scary. And so I think it was really helpful for me to see how the teachers and the kids would go together. And it sounds like that would also be, for the most part, that would also be the case for special education. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Question for you, based on, I guess a little bit based on slide 25, looking at the projected numbers from Laura Bush and River Ridge. I had a couple of families reach out to me and say, how would open enrollment impact this? Would they have the ability to, in this new rezone, maybe they're zoned to Laura Bush, but they want to go to River Ridge? Would they be eligible to apply for open enrollment or in-district transfer? Sorry, in-district transfer to select a different school?
Yeah, we'll always have that process in place. One caution there is it depends on how many. Right, we don't necessarily want to have any unintended consequences as well. So we'll have to monitor that. But when you look at the different grade levels, there could be opportunities there to elect that. And it all kind of depends on how the zoning would ultimately lay out, that some families may want to request that.
Paul? Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Laura. No, it's okay. Go ahead. And then we'll go to Paul.
This is going to be a long question. So again, I'm trying to integrate all of these different pieces, and I really appreciate the new information that was put in this presentation because it really is helping me do that. I think what I'm thinking about is the academic audit and the staffing audit, special education audit, all of these pieces that told us that there's a lot that we're doing really well for our students, but there's also some things that we need to do better, and that we're working with a really lean central office that is going to make the plans that administration has talked about is just phenomenal in the way that they are trying to be creative in addressing those needs. But also hearing that the academic audit talked about having a central office that's really lean, that makes it a lot more challenging to make those improvements and address those areas. And so I guess I'm trying to think about, because what I'm hearing from you is we basically have to make a decision now, well, not right now, but in December, about whether consolidation is going to be part of those budget cuts. And what's difficult about that is these processes are somewhat separated, right? And so we're not in the budget discussion yet, talking about all the levers, but we basically have to decide in December if consolidation is going to be one of those levers. And we can't really change that. Once we decide, that's kind of it. And so I think that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around things. And I'm thinking about, somebody mentioned Coppell ISD. I was reading about them today, and they decided not to consolidate, but then they started talking about all the things that were going to have to be cut. And it was specials, it was staffing, and then the community now is all anxious about those cuts and going, wait a minute, we don't want to cut that stuff. And so I think I'm trying to understand the trade-offs, and I say that, and it sounds high level, also recognizing that these are families and kids, and so these are painful decisions. All of them are painful decisions, including having to make cuts to academics. I think where I know I'm talking a lot, I'm sorry, I'm going somewhere, I promise. What I'm concerned about is that the more cuts we have to make in district-wide to programs, staffing, and all of these other pieces, the harder it's going to be for us to provide high-quality educational teaching and learning student experience, including for the kids at all campuses, including these campuses that we're talking about. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, are we going to be better equipped to provide a solid academic experience for all students across this district, including the ones in these schools, with consolidation? Because I looked at like cuts we made last year. IB was around 600,000. The cuts to library aides was 350,000. So, I'm just thinking about how these cuts weigh. I hate to do this. It's not. I don't like thinking about it this way, but I feel like it's at that point. So that was a lot of. I guess I'm trying to understand the trade-offs in terms of like, how does consolidation impact the district as a whole in terms of these improvements that we are trying to make based off of the academic audit for all students.
Yeah, that's the most challenging part of this conversation, right? And that's what makes it so difficult. The one thing to consider is that, if you consider consolidation that could possibly help stabilize part of our system, our structure, it's not a standalone solution, right? Because there's so much other things. Like, you can look at consolidation as a lever, but it's not the lever, right? And so we want the silver bullet. We so much want one solution to take care of everything. And so I think that's something to consider, but it also doesn't predetermine any of the other levers as well. We still have to fully engage in those levers and figure out what is best, given everything that you have on the table. And so that's the hardest part of the conversation, and what we're trying to do is understand downrange implications, right, of every decision that you make, that we make administratively. And so I don't have all the answers, for you. I think it's a meaningful thought, and I think that's why we're here tonight, to try to see if we can walk through some of this to get as much clarity as possible.
I think if you could put slide 31 back up, when you think through this lens just from the budgetary standpoint, and that is not the only lens that we look at this from, but and maybe I've got the wrong number. I think it's the one with the $12.8 million.
Yeah. Okay.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of tells the story. If decisions, so I like this analogy of the lever, and every lever that you pull impacts another, or every lever that you don't pull impacts others. And so I think this slide is a great visual of how that plays out. So if you pull the lever of, the low enrollment thresholds, which we did, so now that gets us 2 million closer to making that up. Then the next lever is 800 and then 700. But to your point, these are people. It's more than just the dollar amount to it. We have to consider the larger picture of how we can support school, all the things you said. I mean, I don't want to repeat, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that. There's definitely interaction and an impact there. It's balancing the bigger decision.
I guess I want families to have, I want us to have a clear eyes, and I want families to have an understanding of that things are not going to be like they are this year, like regardless, because we're going to have to cut, because the cuts are going to happen, are going to impact all campuses. So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around that, and also make sure that we're providing as much information to the community so that it doesn't come as a surprise.
Exactly, and if we do pull these levers, there are impacts beyond budget as well to consider, that this is very impactful to the families, as you heard earlier tonight. So,
back in May when we started talking about this again, in a little bit more earnest, where we actually put the idea of what schools we were going to talk about, I asked for a communities study and how it would be impacted. And I have yet to still see something where it really talked about the community impacted. And I am very frustrated, like a lot of the community members that have come up and spoke. We had 1,000 people speak up until that early September, and I'm disappointed. And when I asked before about the cost numbers, Jeremy, we have to have faith that those students would come and we'd get the money for it, but we have to spend the money that you were saying that it's already covered with those bonds, but there's still a factor of, well, we're not covering our budget now. And so it's hard to say a couple years ago, even though we're overspending 27 million, 28 million, 29 million, year after year after year, 3 years in a row, and now people are supposed to have just more faith that we're going to be better at it. There's a lot of community that just doesn't have the faith.
I think it. So I think it goes to the budget conversation, right? When we make decisions just on budget, we have to also consider the possible benefits as well. We have a program within New Hope, right, that that wants to grow, it wants to expand, it wants to accelerate. It doesn't have that opportunity right now. And so aligning that opportunity with potential opportunity here in a facility to allow it to grow. But again, there are costs associated with expanding any program. And I do want to acknowledge that it's really a fine balance between allowing that expansion or making it just a budget decision.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
my
move-
point, is because
Right.
you move one, you move the kids, and then you put some other people in there, and all of a sudden it's just gonna be cost-free, and it's not. And,
No.
you know, I just feel like, you know, this decision is being a bit rushed, as some other community members have said, and we're doing a little too fast. And while some people have pulled back, and there might be some community members that, oh no, what are we gonna do? They still have time to do it. Because once we make the decision to move those kids out, now there is no more decision to do it. Those kids are going to be moved out. It's going to be closed. People are going to be talking about it, like, what do I do now? And you don't have that option.
So I just have a comment as it relates to New Hope. So I'd spoken to some high school principals, and that's the option that they really would like to see. One of the reasons is because these students are not attending school. So they need a different environment where they get to attend, and guess what? We have revenue because they're attending school. And then when they attend school, they get to get the education that they need. So there is the positive impact for those students as well. So it's not just moving students out. This is what the students need. I've spoken to some truancy coordinators, and they've also said New Hope has to expand for the kids to get the education that they need for them to come to school.
But that might be a sacrifice to the younger kids.
I think also we need to keep in mind, this board has asked administration to be innovative on different programs. New Hope is our first school of choice that we have in this district. And as we start going down this voucher road, that kind of setup that New Hope has, that alternative school setting, that's what parents want. They're looking for that. And it's not just kids who are missing school. It is a variety of students who cannot function in a normal, traditional day-to-day school. And so being able to provide an extra magnet school / charter, whatever we want to call it, will bring in other students who normally we would not get. We're losing them to these micro schools that are now, and we're also losing them to virtual schools. And so really, to me, this New Hope thing is not just what you're saying. We're being innovative. We're trying to find different ways to bring in people to our district and provide different education opportunities for them. Is it a chance? Yeah, because nobody in the state of Texas has had to deal with this voucher program and micro schools popping up everywhere. Nobody has. But now we have to. So now we've got to figure out how to pivot to meet our consumer, which is our parents and our community, where they're at.
So why don't we build them a school? Why don't we build New Hope a school? We have the resources to build or do renovations and not sacrifice the younger kids.
So, but anyway, the bond is for a repurpose of a school for New Hope. And just as she said, we've had students drop out of school and go to online school because there's not the opportunity for New Hope for them. So we're looking at attracting more people. And it is, in some cases, we're looking at a better educational environment for the students.
I think I'm gonna let that one settle. I'll come back to that question and that discussion later. Let me go back to the earlier question I asked. I got an answer on about the staffing, but not when it's a one-to-one. And we saw that even in the enrollment thresholds when we adopted, like admin assistant to principal, there's only one. So what do you do when you're combining schools? You only have one position available, because that can't be. I just want to say we didn't get that one addressed. My question here for this one is, when I'm looking at the Fabian to Westside example, we went one campus to one campus. Why did administration not do one campus to one campus for Steiner? Because the numbers still seem to, you still see Laura Bush over, they're right there, but they're over, and hopefully that open enrollment will get them. So why didn't we do one campus? What was the thought process in this, and why the Steiner Ranch?
Yeah. So when you look at the distribution, if I take us back to May, again working with that data, the one thing that we didn't want to do was to bring one campus closer to their capacity and allow another one to continue to drop. And while Bush is right above that threshold, they are right above that threshold, right? And so then we potentially could have a situation in which one campus would be much higher than the other one, and then we have it drop below 500, and now you're having to do mitigation strategies and things like that. And so it was taking an even distribution approach to that consolidation, given proximity. This kind of split down the middle with Quinlan Park. It's not that easy to understand, but for administratively trying to find a delineator to distribute those as evenly as possible.
So if the open enrollment worked and you pushed Laura Welsh Bush over the number, then would you have a different recommendation for us? I mean, if we were further down the road, could it have been, this might have been possibly a different recommendation admin might have brought to us?
I think that, as you've seen, as data evolves, as information evolves, you do tweak, right? And so what we're providing is considerations around what we know as much as possible. And having the same approach that we did working through the framework back in May to have more of an even distribution. And then I'm going to get to your Steiner Ranch thing. And so if you remember what the plan was, and looking from a tuition-based pre-K program, in order to attract students outside of just the Steiner Ranch community, the placement at the front of the neighborhood does provide easier access for that, be more attractive to a family. So that decision was based on that need that was identified, and that's why Steiner Ranch was that campus that was to be consolidated. Again, so that entire scenario is based on the premise of turning that into an early learning type center. I will also acknowledge that there are other possible solutions for that may benefit from that location as well. And so I know you're balancing right now open enrollment, it's at the front, but it's also, if it's to be used for a different purpose, if consolidation is the direction, then that location could be attractive to future uses of that building.
So I wanted to clarify that point. So you said other purposes would benefit from that location, but at the same time, open enrollment could also benefit from that location. Is that, or you said something about open enrollment?
Well, that's what we've been hearing recently, right? So if you're going to allow open enrollment, well, that location sure would be attractive to some of those families. I can't tell you those families won't want to go to Lower Bush or even River Ridge. I can't tell you that. Those are all assumptions, but that's the balance right now in trying to, as you navigate this scenario. But based on the repurposing of that building for an early learning center, that was the best solution for that based on proximity to the front of the neighborhood.
All right. I think this might align a little bit to Paul's inquiry about student experience, and some of the other board members have had interest in kind of understanding the impact on student experience. I remember exploring some other districts that have implemented this, particularly like Leander ISD, and they actually were exploring options to create a positive impact on student experience. We keep talking about like this negative but they really created an opportunity. So really I'm trying to figure out how can we create an opportunity where particularly Fabian and West Side families are experiencing a positive impact, where we're building in some like marginal benefits for students and families. And so one way that other school districts were doing it right is like they created a special program. And so it may be investing in a program that already exists, or just thinking about what investments are we going to make in that community. And then the other is to think through, and we'd love to know, like, are we considering, and I thought we mentioned this beforehand, but any additional staff for the first year of implementation, understanding that there may be some challenges. I mean, I know that adds to the budget, but just thinking through, like, what is an option of potentially having other staff members that might be able to mitigate anticipated issues that pop up?
So one thing that we do here and why we have thresholds is because once enrollment gets too low, right? And we hear that too low can impact student experience and staff experience as well, because it becomes very difficult. Those constraints are very hard to sustain over a long period of time. So when you look at a situation where you're consolidating campuses and you're getting to 650 students, that's a different campus environment, and that gets really close to what we've done for a very long time. And we have campuses that operate that way. It's much easier to support and implement programs at that type of enrollment range. When you get lower enrollment, it's limiting, and just even from a staff support standpoint. So I think that's a benefit, having additional students across the entire campus and grade levels that, again, you're still feeding into the same middle school, right? And so you're coming together, you're all going to see each other in sixth grade for the most part. And when it comes to additional staff, it may not be additional staff, but it could be additional support. And so any decision that would be made around consolidation, we're going to lean into that. You saw from some of the staff, student, and family support. We know it's challenging, but we'll equate it somewhat to attendance rezoning, right? That whole process, and now I'm experiencing a new environment, and that staff welcomes them with open arms. And so I think it's from a support standpoint, not necessarily a full-time staff member being there for that, but it's definitely something that's within our plan for continued support of that campus if it was to happen.
I guess it's just clarification. So when I look at the numbers, and if we do the consolidations, right, you've got West Side at 658, you've got Laura Bush at 639, and you got River Ridge at 564. So that essentially takes them out above the 500, so they would be staffed between 500 to 800. So they would have their full, no 0.5, no nothing. It would just be a traditionally run elementary campus, correct?
Based on staffing guidelines, correct.
Okay, and then my other question is, so we saw the estimated breakdown for each of these campuses, right? And the negative, how many staff it comes. We dealt with this last year. Last year, secondary had over 69 staff members in reduction, and by secondary, I mean high school. And so, but we were able to do a surplus system, right? So we're planning to do this as well. I know the board has asked for that process to be a little clearer. And so can we speak to that? Like, when would that process start? So if the board decided on the 17th to consolidate these schools, because it puts them over that threshold, right? And we know the change as far as employees, can you just kind of explain, just so we know what that surplus process looks like? Because I know y'all have revamped it this year, which I'm very grateful for.
Go for it, Rachel.
He can speak to it if he wants. So yes, so once a decision is made, we'll still need to look at projections for each campus and what the exact staffing will need to be for each campus. But in preparation for that, we do have plans to look at any campuses that are consolidated and start that process of communicating with the staff, talking about what the process is going to look like, let them start letting us know what their priorities are. Because, for example, if there's a Fabian teacher that doesn't want to go to West Side, then where do they want to go and what do they want to teach? And trying to be sure that we're meeting the needs of each individual staff member, just like we're trying to do for our students.
I know we talked earlier this week about if that is a decision that's made, that immediate response would happen quickly. We wouldn't have every single answer, but talk to staff as soon as possible to alleviate, sometimes that silence creates a lot of anxiety and worry.
Absolutely.
So if that happened, December 17th vote, you're saying the 18th, the day, I'm sorry, when's the half day? I'm losing track of my days.
I believe the 17th is a Wednesday?
Yes.
So the half day is the Friday. So we were, I don't want to commit us to a date, but we were trying to talk about getting.
I don't need you to commit me to a date. I'm just saying, you're talking about telling them as soon as possible. Are you saying y'all are going to try to do this before break?
No, not make all the decisions but at least go and talk to them and explain
Well,
the process. And
I would love staff to have some clarity before break, to have to, as a board, if we have to take a vote, and for staff not to know if they have a position over the holidays would be rough.
Right.
But are y'all gonna be able to offer that before we go to break then?
One thing you said, Trish, that I want to be sure we're clear on is every person that is employed with us, as long as they're in good standing, will have a job next year. And so, our discussion has been that we want to commit to immediately supporting that campus as soon as the decision is made, so that they have had an opportunity to, start some of those conversations. But decisions per se will be after the break, but we definitely want to try to provide that support as soon as a decision is made.
for the exact reason you said, because we all know that, but every teacher does not know that. Sometimes they think if we consolidate, they may lose their job, but that is not the case. And so just going and spending time with them to explain that process and assure them face to face, we may not have every single answer, but we can assure them you do have a job. Here's what the process will be to help you find a new position.
And for the positions that are one-to-one, we can't necessarily, I'll be asking about the vote. Are we gonna be able to assure them, or what happens to those positions?
What do you mean one-to-one?
Assistant principals, what happens when we make that vote?
Well, I guess my question is what happened this last budget cycle, right? Y'all handled that. You came through and did with that. So y'all have a process already for that. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. Okay. We had over 200 surplus positions last year, and everyone who wanted to stay with Leander ISD did.
And were we able to fulfill all those surplus, correct?
Yes.
I believe. So yeah, everyone who was surplus got a job.
Yes.
But y'all have a system to do that and to figure that out.
Yes.
So if everyone is going to keep their job, I'm trying to figure out again, why are we going through this exercise?
So we have 300 to 400
What
employees.
cost savings are we going to really have?
So every summer, we have 300 to 400 employees that leave us for various reasons. And so like last year, even though we had around 200 positions that were surplus, through attrition, those people that were in those surplus positions had positions other places that they could fill because people moved out of the area or found another position somewhere else or had family circumstances. So that would be the same in this position. While the positions are being cut, so we're lowering our cost overall, through that attrition of our faculty and staff, we're able to place people in those other vacant positions.
There was a number of people that were upset by what position they were given, and that's why they quit. Not because that they weren't given something, it was something they simply didn't want to do or travel to.
That certainly was the case in some situations, but I can't say that it was all. We have a lot of employees that are still with us from that surplus process.
I think also to remember that surplus process last year was a hot mess. I mean, you had campuses doing one thing, one campus doing the other, and I think the board was very clear on direction, like, please fix that and make it a little better and streamline it to where one campus isn't doing one thing and one campus is doing other and creating this inequities in the system. So I know y'all tackled that and made sure, because we knew we were gonna be in this position this year, to be a more streamlined process. So, staff members aren't finding out 2 to 3 laters after the rumor mill's gone. Like, I really appreciate that y'all are gonna go out there, whatever the board decides, to get that one-on-one, because I think that is huge.
So it's better, but the savings is still only a few $1,000,000 if we go through this exercise. Again, I'm still wondering, why are we going through this exercise?
Trish, do you have a question?
For our next discussion, if we're going to there, and it's been posted, so I guess we're going to there. We did this whole conversation on levers for district objectives, and I will just, with every breath that I get, will say I do not feel that consolidating campuses is about addressing budget deficit. It's just not going to. You could bring 100 kids on the campus, and you've got your issue eaten up. For me, it's about how are we delivering learning, and is the district telling us that right now the traditional model is our primary model, And it's going to take a while for y'all to ramp up the innovation or the mitigation. And I can get behind that all day and figure out, like, okay, then how do we go forward? How do we help support y'all and all the great stuff? But when I'm looking at the levers, I think that's important as we're talking about then what happens, right? Are we really saving the money we think we're going to save if we're cutting off that opportunity for enrollment? And if, y'all are coming to us going, no, we feel confident of right now, given the information we have, we need to go this way, but maybe future decisions we have to update or what, that's fine. As we're getting ready for that discussion, I want to know, as I'm pulling what levers, what are the impacts, and I'm cutting off the mitigation opportunity for the campuses we vote on, because that was one of the things we said is we'd do the low threshold model, and then they were going to get to maybe talk about ways they could innovate. And who knows, in that innovation, they pick something kind of snappy. Who knows? You could get a magnet. You could get something. I don't know what it would look like. Again, that would be y'all's discussion. But we're shortcutting that process here for a very good reason. I understand why we're having the discussions. I'm just trying to figure out the levers. If you pull this lever, I just stopped the campus from being able to do that, or I just stopped the open enrollment from being able to do this. And so I just don't know about the levers. I mean, y'all had first order impact, second order impact. If you move forward, if you don't move forward, we worked on the document. Is that something we can have for discussions at our December 17th?
But one thing, a lot of this is tied to the resolution, right, that we established. And so addressing the innovation piece and that focus group that's going to deploy in the spring and work through that and identify scalable, hopefully scalable solutions from an innovation and an innovative program standpoint. I don't know what exactly will come out of that. And so when it comes to the levers, the lever analysis primarily was built for budget levers and discussions around program adjustments and things. I'll tell you, the lever analysis can be applied to a lot of different things, but it was developed in order to help and assist through, like, say, the January 8th conversation when it came to the budget, when we look at implications tied to specific decisions around budget. So it wasn't designed specifically for this exercise, but you can apply it to a whole lot of different things. And so that wasn't planned, to bring back a critical analysis for the levers and for this next meeting. We can try to establish something if that's the will of the board, but that was primarily established for the budget conversations.
Well, it's just my request until other board members nod their head or say yes.
Right,
So you
yeah.
just got one request so far.
Shawnee. Nkosi. I guess my question is who's going to make up this campus transition team? I'm just curious. I'm being nosy.
Thank you for asking that. We haven't established every single person that's going to be on that team. I don't have names and titles for you. And so, given the supports that they need, we laid it out from a people standpoint, from a program standpoint. We can start identifying positions and actually people when you look at that, even operational. And so we'll have that team no matter how many consolidations we ever have. That's the transition team. One thing that we can do is provide more of a makeup for that team. But there'll be important positions just tied to each one of those, from a counseling services, from just programming, special education, all of those intricacies that you see on a campus that will have resources and supports for them.
I know this
We can
may
bring that
seem
back.
little, but the one thing I think about right now is I look at these campuses and they have very active PTAs, and so just making sure we get that transition properly, because it can get a little messy when you start combining PTAs.
That's a good point.
I mean, it's not going to be a surprise when we get to December 17th. I mean, I'm going to do some more soul searching in this process, but I'm just, it feels to me, and admin can address this now, or they can address it when it comes back next time, that we had the resolution that was gonna lay out strategies, and then y'all were gonna go have the discussions, and then I thought you'd be coming back, right? And it feels like we're kind of going forward. And for good reasons, I understand the board's trying to move us forward, to progress. But I'm struggling with the fact that the mitigation strategies aren't taking place. And the innovative part y'all want to work on doesn't even happen till the spring, and we're just going to roll out the thresholds where principals could tell you, hey, here's how I could do this. I could redesign it. And they haven't even had time to have that conversation yet. And so those are all, for me, opportunities to bring enrollment. And over again, we just had that budget discussion earlier when we looked at our rating. Enrollment's going to drive revenue. Enrollment's what's needed. And we have, I'll look at the number later, but a good number of our students, was it 10,000 students or something? A number of students in alternate education programs already, and we don't even have vouchers. And so how do we change the trajectory? Like, here's our time, and I'll say education has to look different. Here's our time to make that happen. And when I'm looking at this, and I get it, I was just one voice. I didn't get seconded from boards, but I'm looking at some of the discussions. Even y'all kind of gave us some things to weigh. So when you're making a larger school, you have more programs. You can do the more traditional models. You're also going to have transportation demand and traffic, community identity lost, erodes trust. We're going to have, concerns of what is there going to be a potential of enrollment declines continuing? It says it here. I mean, there's these factors to consider. They're not easy. I'm not saying anybody's going to make this decision lightly. We're all going to be thinking about it, but I'm just not. I've just got to do a lot of soul searching, and I just don't know if the things that we just did to try to make a difference get to take place if we do this vote next week.
I think for me, I look at the thresholds we just approved tonight, and the campuses that are listed on here are all going to go to a very low enrollment model. And we heard from parents tonight the concerns of having a 0.5 counselor, a 0.5 AP. And I think, to me, as a parent, I wouldn't want that. And so for me, I'm looking at the best experience we can give our students and our staff. And we've heard it during our PLC. How hard is it for these campuses to do an actual PLC? And this board's gonna have this beautiful retreat this weekend, really emphasizing our commitment to being a PLC board. We've got to give that same commitment to our campuses and be able to give them the support they need, be able to do an actual PLC, not with just one or two people. And so I guess, I know what you're saying, Trish. This is a hard decision, but I'm just trying to think, like, I looked at the thresholds we approved. Those campuses, and if we combine them, are all going to be at this. I consider that 5,600. Oh my God, I just did the 6-7 thing. The 5-7 thing, 5,600. I feel like that's where we're going to be as a district. We're going to start seeing this. This is what is our new norm. And so for me, when I think about the student experience, I think consolidating these campuses give us that student experience, because then we're at the 658, 639, and 564. And so for me, that I can get behind that, because it's not a small campus. And then this campus is not having to think, oh my gosh, is this going to be the year that I get below 300 and I have to close my campus? Like, it's that constant worry. And so that's weighing on me. But the way y'all laid it out, knowing that, you're not going to shove 900 students into one building, that's not happening. These students are going to have the biggest is 658. That is very much doable. We do really well campuses like that. So
this is where I'm struggling, Anna, because I'm almost like I'm thinking about being in these very low, the threshold, where you have the lowest staffing model, and we have to make another 1.5 million in cuts to the district that they are also going to be impacted by. So it's like the lowest staffing and these additions. So that's where I'm like, gosh, what will I worry about that experience too. So that's what I'm struggling with.
No, I agree. So if y'all look in our board memo from February 26, it breaks down the projection enrollment and staffing and what each elementary had to surplus. And you saw these campuses with low enrollment took the hardest hit. And so it's just going to keep bleeding and bleeding until we make a decision what's going to be an appropriate number for that campus. I mean, again, y'all can go look in your board memo. It's all there.
I don't know if I could disagree. Like, I'm looking at the numbers with y'all. I think I'm still just struggling with, but we just started the strategies, and so, but I'll continue to noodle between now and then.
And the gal who did the PASA for us, she even said in her book, the best school's at 250. And she's like, well, Paul, it's not a perfect world, but I'm like, that's still a pretty workable number if you're getting 80 and 90% in math, reading, and science. And for right now, we're not getting 80 and 90% in math, reading, and science. We are on an upward trajectory. And what happened this spring I thought was interesting. In that upward trajectory, we did not praise Dr. Gearing and the staff as much as I thought. And I thought we should have done that, because that's how we get more trust in the community that we're doing the job. It's not about quantity, it's still about quality.
Board members, any other questions? No other questions. If you have questions, please get with Jeremy, Rachel, or Chris, or Sarah. Please be prepared for the 17th meeting, so we're not here till 2 in the morning. All right, board members, now we're going to go to we're not done yet. 9B5, consider approval of the 2025 property tax roll.
I've always wanted to say this. Good morning, members of the Board of Trustees, Madam President. Today we have just to consider the approval of the property tax roll. Due to the late hour, I'll real high level. Section 2609 of the Texas Property Tax Code requires the governing body approve the property tax, or the tax levy, or the property tax roll for that year. Just real high level, both Travis as well as Williamson County, a total levy of $475,519,797. Broken down, $331,186,801 for M&O and $144,332,995 for interest and sinking. And then based on a 99% collection rate. So we're just bringing this to your attention in order to meet the compliance. It just needs to have the motions in there, but it doesn't need to be. I mean, just say we met the requirement for the Texas Administration Code. So.
Thank you so much. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2025 property tax roll in the amount of $475,519,797.
I second.
Motion from Trish, second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Next, we're going to go to 9B6, consider approval to transfer $2 million from the assigned general fund balance to self-insured health care fund. Pete, up you next.
Yes, again, we're going to have a quick discussion, and we'll probably discuss this more on January 8th, but our health insurance fund has had, we had a bad year last year, if you want to call that, about $13 million. I think we went down about $5.5 million. It's left us about $7 million. July 1, and then as of this date and time, we have spent all of that $7 million. Normally, you would expect claims to be high in September and October because of most of our staff will have some stuff. They're going to have things done that they can wait on. They'll have that done during the summer months. So we expect those claims to be higher September, October. However, they typically run about $1 million, and they usually drop down. And they have, run $1 million. They run more than that, but we usually run about the claims are $1 million more than the monthly revenue for those 2 months, and then it usually kind of tapers down with it. It has continued and actually gone up for the last 2 months. So we have gotten to the point to where, if I remember correctly, when I checked today, I think our balance on that account was $748. Okay, so it was, we need to pay some bills tomorrow. So we do have some very high. We have about 4 or 5 claims on one. I believe we have one that is over the threshold. We have a few that are very high claims that are approaching the stop loss threshold, which is $400,000. I don't know what amount we'll have back through stop loss. That's just, that process still goes through. So basically tonight we're asking that the board take, if you recall, we have $10 million that is assigned for instances such as this. And so we're asking to take that $2 million of that $10 million to transfer that over to the general fund. We have payroll next week. We'll transfer the 510 a month. That's about $2.5 million. That'll get us $4.5 million in the next week. That we hope that the claims will go down. We hope that we will be able to get that through the rest of this year. We'll continue to monitor that as well. We'll have some good, robust discussions in the fall on whether or not to process. I don't want to go into details on the discussions, but we need to have those conversations. But right now, we just need $2 million for cash flow.
Thank you, HR, for all your work you've done on healthcare. Pete, thank you so much. Thank you, the whole team. I move the board approve the transfer of $2 million for the assigned general fund balance to the self-insured healthcare fund.
I second.
Motion from Trish, second from Gloria. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Next, we're going to go to 9B7, consider approval of resolution casting votes for an individual to the Travis Central Appraisal District TCAT Board of Directors. Y'all, this was in your board memo. You should already know. I need a motion.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the resolution casting its 58 votes for Elizabeth Montoya to serve on the Travis Central Appraisal District TCAT as presented.
I second.
Ooh. A motion from Laura, a second from Nkosi. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Next, we're going to head to 9B8, business and finance monthly reports. Pete, close it out.
Tonight, I wanted to go through each one page by page, line by line, to talk about, tonight we do have 4 of our monthly reports. We have the monthly bond status report, the monthly finance report, the monthly investment report, the monthly tax collection report. There are nothing in these reports that are out of the ordinary, or I believe should have any attention drawn to them. So with that being said, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have if you have any.
Thank you for always getting those reports together. I actually looked at the bond status report, so thank you. All right, board members, no questions. Well, guess what? It is 1:31 a.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.